The reality is, I've put together 4 teams, any one of which could have a night where they win. Any one of which could show up, because it's not individuals against individuals. It's a team versus team environment. The team that applies the best strategy and has the best grapplers is the team that's going to win. Tristar has probably the biggest names, the most notoriety.
I'm training just as hard as I was always trained. Like George St. Pierre has said before, we don't really believe in training camps. The guys here at Tristar, we're training year round. You never know when you're going to have to compete.
Yeah, it's an honor to be called the most dangerous brown belt out there. It's going to be more along the lines of everyone handle their shit, everyone get the job done as best you can, and we'll see some fireworks.
Detroit is packed with killers that want to prove it.
And I think one of the reasons we're successful is because we stuck to the core values that the old school guys taught me.
Canada's deep, nothing but respect. We're looking to invade the North, but trust me, we know it isn't going to be easy.
When it comes to submission, I'm very unorthodox. Whatever I see, I'm going for it. It could be hopefully a toe hold, it could be an arm bar, it could be a neck crank, a knee bar. We'll see what happens.
Well, we've all faced pretty big names in the past through different tournaments, and to us, it's just going to be another match for us to go and showcase our talent.
10th Planet Montreal is probably the dark horse in this. They're probably the ones that on paper look like they have the smallest chance. They have the most amount of experience in this style.
We're definitely a smaller team. We gave up 100 pounds collectively last time, and I think we'll give up more than that this time. But we're technical and aggressive, and we're all really close friends. So I think we're just going to come out with a lot of confidence in each other and do our thing.
More than anybody else I've ever dealt with, those guys actively seek out the best competition that they can find, actively seek it out. And they don't get discouraged or nervous or anxious when they go up against the best. They're pumped, they're excited. When I've been showing, like when I've been releasing the teams to each other, 10th Planet was like, I can't wait.
We train so hard constantly, so the game plan doesn't really change much. We kind of take like a Tristar DDS approach to mindset, and that we just take whatever we can get and we train our asses off for it.
You look at Cicero Costha, they're one of the top 3 or 4 teams on earth regularly at the IBJJF Worlds. They have 2 purple belt world champions that didn't make the team.
We have a very strong foundation with the gi. Let's see how that works without the gi.
Honestly, I think like our training here is harder than most of the competitions that have been. Nothing special, just another day in the office. Every day porrada.
I'm just excited to go there and show what we do here every day.
I want to showcase the fact that Canada produces some of the best combat athletes in the world, bar none. Not compared to anybody else, compared to everybody else. We have the best athletes on earth, and I want to show it.
And now let's get this action started. Our first fighter, fighting out of the red corner from Action Reaction Team Impact, Keerat Parmar. Fighting out of the blue corner, representing Battle Arts Academy, Aspen Blue, Ljubinkovic.
folks. Welcome to Para Bellum Quintet III. We're here at the OE Banquet Hall in Oakville, Ontario, about to start our first match. This is a 10-year-old match, no submissions in play in this match, simply points.
Recover your guard. Space. That's it. Close it up.
Keerat looking for that pass to score some points.
Left hand, push the knee.
So both these girls you said are 10 years old?
10 years old, yeah. 10 years old, 60 pounds.
It's really showing you the evolution in this sport. You know, two 10-year-olds now competing in front of hundreds of people at this event tonight.
There's a really cool picture of Keerat standing next to Ethan Krellensten, who's one of the stars on Tristar. You can really get a sense of the two ends of the spectrum.
And here we go, we're going back at it. The doctor says we're good to go. And we're going to restart in that same position they ended in. Keerat in that side control position. Keeping heavy pressure on top of Aspen. Oh, she transfers to mount.
Score is 4 points for establishing the mount position for more than 3 seconds. Aspen doing a good job trying to control that head and re-roll Keerat.
For people that don't know quite what the point system is, Roy, can you briefly explain how it goes?
Sure. The point system is meant to reflect the ability to threaten your opponent. So taking your opponent from the feet to the ground is only worth 2 points. Establishing a back control, for instance, what Keerat is working on right now, establishes 4 points. Now at this age level, there are no submissions, so they're just playing that positional game. But Keerat's really doing a good job.
She's got that body triangle on now too.
Again, you were talking about it earlier, but seeing that kind of sophistication in 10-year-olds is amazing.
It's very cool. The future's bright.
Yeah, Keerat wants to try to clear that leg off. I've never really liked that as an escape where you pin the walk on the bottom.
Yeah, most people always say go to that side because it puts pressure on the leg, but you always say go the opposite way.
Exactly. I feel like clearing that leg and starting to turn. You can see Aspen working towards it now. Is a higher percentage escape.
Do you think that's just your own game because you're so flexible, or is that a common trait?
I think people that use body triangles deliberately and effectively, it's not the right thing to do. If somebody puts a body triangle on as a crime of opportunity, you may be able to threaten that position a little more.
Gotcha. Approaching the minute-and-a-half mark here left in this super match between Keerat and Aspen.
And again, just reading through some of these girls' accolades, Keerat is a gold medalist at NAGA in New York, silver medalist in gi and no gi, Para Bellum gold medalist. They have more jiu-jitsu medals than some of the people on my team.
Push hard to your right. Put the other side on the ground. That's it.
So in this match, if there is a submission, they'll just reset, keep going?
There's no submissions are allowed at this age, so it is just the positional, control. Minute left in this match. Aspen being coached currently by Jamaal, who will be competing later on the card against Willrich. And Keerat being coached by Vinny Diaz, a quintet veteran as well, very good athlete in his own right.
Good, turn hard towards us. Okay, Aspen, you need to look at us.
That body triangle is a nightmare, and even for very sophisticated older jiu-jitsu athletes, it's a tough nut to crack.
Yeah, for me that's my nightmare position. I hate being there when somebody has that body triangle on. It takes forever to get out, and you're at the same time trying to defend your neck.
And there's that asphyxiation feeling, like the constriction around your core. It's awful.
Absolutely. You got 15 seconds left here.
Go, push hard towards us. Turn, that's it. Keep going. Push with your feet, keep going. Go.
Time running out.
Your other side to the mat.
That's the match.
That's the match with Keerat coming out on top. Am I muted now? Now we're muted?
Ladies and gentlemen, we have a winner by points. Fighting out of the red corner, Keerat Parmar.
between.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, it is time for our first quintet match. Our first team, fighting out of the red corner, Cicero, Costha.
Going through this struggle with the whole world, step by you in the hospital 6 days straight, thinking days.
Fausto Godoy coming out to represent Cicero Costha first. Fausto ranked the #2 brown belt on earth in his.
And now their opponent, fighting out of the blue corner, 10th Planet Montreal.
So really interesting matchup right off the hop. George Statzis, one of the smallest competitors that we have on the quintet stage, at a purple belt, coming up against a 210-pound brown belt from Cicero Costha.
This is what I love about the quintet, and why I think it's becoming so popular. It's not just about, you know, 1 versus 1. It's a team structure, so it really goes into planning how you have your guys go against each other and what spot they fill.
And you can see that that George has elected for a 4-minute match instead of an 8-minute match. And this is one of the nuances of the rule set. If there's more than a 20-kilogram weight difference between the two athletes, the smaller of the two athletes actually has the choice.
Oh, it's a choice.
It is.
Okay.
We used to do just the 4 minutes, but I like the strategic nuance of electing for a longer or a shorter match. The shorter match tends to be edging towards the idea of stalling your opponent out, just not getting submitted. But again, with the rule set, you have to be active, you have to be engaging.
Do you think that would be more beneficial for the smaller guy, you know, having, you know, usually more cardio in that sense?
It's hard to say. That's why I like the strategic element of it, right? Because it's up to them to decide how they want to play that out. Fausto electing to pull guard, playing a version of De La Hiva here. Trying to
sit back
for that ashy control. Looking to reap over on the outside is George.
So reaping is allowed, but no heel hooks.
Correct. And no neck crank. So twisters are also prohibited.
Okay. Back on the feet here. A lot of inside wrist control.
10th Planet, despite having the reputation of being a heavy jiu-jitsu gym, which of course it is, also has the benefit of Kia Sasuri as a coach. World champion, Olympic silver medalist, one of the most incredible wrestlers ever to represent Canada internationally.
I think that 10th Planet gets that, you know, motto from that Eddie Bravo.
Yeah, for sure.
Being more of a jiu-jitsu gym, right?
Some really interesting inversions here, playing some footlocks. That's an Estima walk that Godoy was looking for. George, fast pace with these guys.
Costa's looking to pass the legs.
George trying to maybe isolate one of those arms inside and threaten a triangle.
This is definitely a spot where weight and size does come into play here.
Absolutely.
It's pass now, inside control. George is looking to sit up, trying to shrimp, get his hips back inside.
And George doing a good job not allowing himself to get pinned, not allowing himself to end up flat on that back.
Oh, nice scramble, ends up on top.
Really good body awareness from George. I'm impressed. First time we've seen a more traditional closed guard in this type of action. I would be looking at a stalling collar if I was here as one of the refs.
I was just about to ask you, so what is the rule set now with the stalling and implementing the action?
So the stalling call is meant to force action. There's a three strike system. So the first time there's a passivity, action is stopped, and the offending athlete is warned. The second time, they're forced to give up what's called a referee's position, which is a modified front headlock.
Okay.
And then the third time, they're disqualified.
Disqualified.
And both athletes can be disqualified simultaneously if it's a dead match.
Very cool.
1 minute left here in the action.
Fausto's got that, looks like neon belly from this angle.
He's proceeded to full mount.
Full mount now.
Yeah. But again, with a submission only, establishing mount is not a solid submit position in no-gi.
Exactly. Yeah. MMA, it's a different story, but when there's no punches involved, it's you know, much more limited position.
It is. I've said that to my own athletes. Back control, absolutely. Front headlock control, I favor over mount. And you see George doing a good job escaping out, threading the arm. 30 seconds left in this shortened time limit.
Back on the feet.
Fausto breathing heavily.
That makes you wonder if the 8-minute match would have been more favorable.
George
goes for that low single.
Almost hits it too. Almost hits it.
Fausto grabs that neck.
10 seconds. If submission doesn't occur, both athletes are DQ'd. Both athletes are eliminated.
Good scramble here again. George's gonna look to turn on top. Oh. And that's out.
Very good. So we have 60 seconds. We have 60 seconds until the next athlete has to be up.
So with neither athlete getting the submission, that leaves both athletes being eliminated. Moving on to the next round.
Ladies and gentlemen, just a point of order on the rules. If a submission does not occur within the allotted time span, both fighters are disqualified.
So next up for 10th Planet, we have Corey Guitard, black belt, outstanding competitor, and Fabricio Barbarati, also a black belt. Outstanding pair of athletes here competing.
And time in.
And this will be an 8-minute
match.
8-minute match.
Ooh.
Fabricio looking to jump guard. Corey not conceding the position though, forcing Fabricio to hang the weight. Fabricio underhooking that leg to threaten a sweep. Immediately jumping into a guillotine. Corey hand fighting, looking for that Von Flue defense. If he could get a little bit more pressure across the shoulder and the jawline, he may be able to force Fabricio to release.
Yeah, driving that left shoulder on the jaw. It looks fairly tight. I can't tell how deep his hands are, but
it looks. My guess is that it's on the side of the head and not the neck. Fabricio's going to want to be careful here, not gassing his arms, looking for something that's diminishing return as an investment in his energy expenditure.
And Corey's going to look to sit here, hand fight.
Be patient, yeah. As long as you're not in existential threat here, patience is a virtue.
Yeah, you can see from this angle, there's still a lot of space there, it looks like. Now, in this position here, if he was to keep this for a minute or two, will the ref stop that or will let him continue if there's a threat of submission?
The threat of submission is action.
Okay.
The same could be said if somebody was on their back, on an opponent's back, but not successfully strangling. It's still an active submit position. And Corey's head slides out as we expected.
Go for that rubber guard. Something I know you love to play.
I do, and it's I like that he's trying this against the 10th Planet guy. Saying your specialty doesn't scare me. I'm gonna try to use it against you.
It's kind of cool that came from that gym, and now it's used everywhere.
It is. It's a very valuable position.
Obviously, it favors the more people with more dexterity and flexibility.
Yep.
Corey's looking to have to look to posture up here.
Break his grip, start standing up.
Right here.
The ref has broken action and is instigating the penalty position. We'll see which athlete is the recipient for the penalty. So Corey is being penalized for being a little bit inactive in that top position. Fabricio taking the modified front headlock that we've elected to use as a referee's position.
This is a great position to start in.
It's as I said, it's not an existential threat, but it certainly sparks action, and it gives an opportunity.
Fabricio looking at jump pass.
Ooh, almost jumping right into. Ooh, look at that knee. God, that's some flexibility through that.
Pulls out.
Those types of athletic guard passes can be flashy, but also risky against an advanced opponent because you can jump right into a trap, very literally jumping from the frying pan into the fire. 5 minutes remaining in regulation time.
The one cool thing about this, I think it's so different than MMA, is it's actually very quiet in here. So you can literally look at your coaches and hear exactly what they're telling you.
It's I've said that to people before. It's almost like being at a tennis match or Pride, the way Pride used to be. Really respectful, knowledgeable fans.
I think it's just very educated fans.
Yeah, MMA you tend to get people that just are there for the blood and the guts, where this is more of a nuanced.
Or you're looking to pass now. So he's in half
top pressure, yeah.
Going to drive that left shoulder into Fabricio's jaw. Four minutes remaining.
10th Planet, one of the most actively competitive teams that I've ever interacted with. These guys travel every weekend. Jiu-Jitsu is banned currently in the province of Quebec, so they're forced to get in their car and drive around. We're happy to have them here, an outstanding team. Cicero Costha representing some of the best IBJJF Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu on earth, regularly placing in the top 2 or 3 in the world. Big Brazilian presence on the team as well, of course.
Fabricio back in full guard here, looking to do that rubber guard again.
He's going to have a hard time with that rubber guard if he's not controlling Corey's outside hip. Very easy for the top opponent to stack and even start to threaten a pass.
You'll just keep passing to that side.
Yeah, exactly. That hip control is imperative. Although looking for what looks to be maybe an invisible collar, which is the no-gi answer to the collar choke in gi.
Corey now standing up. Fabricio looking to sweep that bottom leg, trying to take out his base. Corey's looking to put that knee in the butt, try and break the guard of Fabricio, putting all that pressure on your tailbone, opening your legs up. Fabricio looking to grab that leg.
He's got a nice sweep there that can sometimes lead to a leg lock entrance. Although he is expending a lot of energy hanging his weight in that position.
I was going to say, hanging there for that long, that's, it's going to be burning your legs out. 2 minutes left in this match still.
And Corey was doing a good job being efficient with how he was supporting the weight, keeping his knees together, sitting back. It's more of a mechanical leverage point than it is work.
Yeah, putting the weight in your legs rather than holding up with the upper body.
Corey's still threatening that knee cut pass. Of course, positional jiu-jitsu in this context only as valuable as the submission that it presents. You can see an alternating leg position developing here with Corey. That can sometimes lead to some interesting leg lock entrances.
So we got a minute and a half here. If you're a coach of either of these guys, you're going to tell them to push the pace. We got to look for a finish.
Yeah, absolutely. With teams this close, a single submission can really be the deciding factor in the team competition. Just restarting in the same position that was established on the edge of the out-of-bounds surface.
Corey again looking for that knee cut. One of my favorite guard passes.
Oh, I felt it. It's awful. But yeah, that slow pressure can sometimes cause that bottom opponent to panic or move a little too quickly, which can present some opportunities. Fabricio, a very distinguished grappler, of course, and not presenting anything significant to Corey.
Final minute of this match here.
Playing kind of a modified spider guard with no gi, which is interesting. Some really nuanced jiu-jitsu from both these gentlemen, anticipating and shutting down submission attempts from each other second by second.
Fabricio with that straight ankle.
He doesn't have the outside hip control.
No.
It's going to be a tough sub. And in fact, can lead to a pass.
Pass.
Ooh, nice hips from Corey, but nice regarding from
regard.
Fabricio.
15 seconds remaining in this match. Corey looking
hard.
Pass this guard best he can. But it looks like we're going to head to the next two competitors.
Ladies and gentlemen, as no submission occurred, both fighters have been disqualified.
Next two competitors, we have Pedro Veras and Rene Sousa from 10th Planet.
Rene Sousa is a black belt from Pennsylvania that was recruited by 10th Planet Montreal, part of the extended 10th Planet family. Pedro Veras, outstanding black belt, pulling guard.
Again, this is a 8-minute match.
These two gentlemen very close in weight. Probably the closest weight matchup we've had so far.
Veras looking to be
nice inversions. Berimbolo attempt. You can see Cicero Costa's heavily influenced by the gi with their De La Hiva game and their Berimbolo game, which isn't quite as effective in no gi, but can still work very well. Nice old school lumberjack sweep. Oh, Rene almost touching on that heel hook there.
You got to have it. Again, I think you can tell what he wants to go for.
Yeah.
Again, inverting.
Really interesting.
These guys might fall right on us here.
We got the best seats in the house, brother.
That's it.
And Mikey Aviato, the referee, a black belt and a quintet veteran in his own right, doing a great job keeping these athletes safe and on the mat.
Going to reset in the same position in the middle of the mat.
Which is ideal because we had to see that position play out. Good thinking from Pedro, starting to clear that grip. Rene doing a phenomenal job with these inversions. I really like how he's keeping
that ankle.
His foots in play. Oh,
double ankle.
Here. Neither guy able to win that game of chicken.
This is where it can get so scary here because you make the slightest mistake and it's almost a race to see who gets it first.
It's like who hates their own ACL the most. Really exciting match though. 2 minutes in.
Great action so far.
Pedro establishing a guard pass in the out of bounds warning track.
Pedro sitting in side control right now.
You can see there's actually a submission in play from that bottom side control. It's an unusual triangle. If Pedro left his elbow inside that hip, and see Rene's looking to set this up. If he can swing that thigh around and keep Pedro's elbow on the inside, I've seen people go to sleep in that position.
Keeping heavy top pressure here, driving that right shoulder into Rene's face. This just causes, you know, sometimes some guys to panic and make a mistake.
It can be very uncomfortable. One of the things I was taught in wrestling is if you control your opponent's head and face, you control the rest of their body.
Well, wherever the head goes, the body follows, right?
Yeah, absolutely. The nuances of these guys grappling is amazing. You can see the threats and the reactions happening second by second.
Yeah.
Pedro making this a physical match, which I like.
Yeah.
It's a combat sport. There's no reason not to. Alternating between shovey wrestling and butt scooting.
I'll see Pedro from the bottom position here.
Rene intelligently not stepping between the legs. That's what Pedro trying to entice here to place in De La Hiva. Start to barambolo into these leg locks again. Got a crossbody ankle lock. Using it for a sweep, but again, no points. Oh.
Again, Rene looking for that ankle.
Heavy and hungry on these hips. There's a modified calf crusher there called a bear trap. Can't see if Rene's arm is behind the knee, but if it is, he could probably crush that. It's halfway through the round. Pedro freezing this position. You should be looking to advance. It doesn't matter if you're offensive or defensive. If you're not making an active attempt to improve or submit, there should be a passivity call.
Do you feel not having the heel hooks in place will obviously hinder some people that are leg lock specialists, but do you think it'll create a little bit more action because people won't be so weary of it?
You know, that's sort of the sense. We're following Sakuraba's quintet rules, which also prohibits heel hooks. And I think the idea is to get out of that quick draw, shootout heel hook that you sometimes see in EBI and have more traditional jiu-jitsu attacks.
Which can be very exciting, though.
They can. I would love to have a more permissive rule set in Ontario with heel hooks.
I think if you look in the last couple of years, you know, heel hooks have kind of been the biggest thing, and they're kind of taken off the jiu-jitsu game.
You know, one of the reasons for that is that for many years there was a criticism in the jiu-jitsu world of leg locks. It was looked down upon in Brazil and by traditional Brazilian jiu-jitsu practitioners, and it was only MMA fighters and Sambo practitioners that were actually investing heavily in leg locks. And what I love about where jiu-jitsu has gone is it's all about efficacy. What's the most effective submission?
Pedro in full mount now. Again, great position for mixed martial arts, but as you said, kind of limited in BJJ. Let's see what he can do here. Rene's looking to create some space in the bottom here. Pushing on that leg, trying to bring his legs inside. At least get back to a quarter guard.
That quarter guard can actually lead to some interesting entrances as well. Oh, almost trying to set up that triangle.
Until Pedro uses his weight really well.
Yeah.
Knows his body positioning very well. Oh. Back to the feet. Ooh. Souza tried to jump guard there. And he got pushed in midair, landed on his butt.
We are in our third match between Cicero, Costha, and 10th Planet. The first two matches both finishing in a draw, which means these teams are dead even as we speak. If all 5 matches pass without submission, Nibar looking to perhaps transition to a toe hold. But again, has come back to the same well now 3 or 4 times. Pedro less susceptible to that entrance each time. Oh, he's catching that toe though. Pedro using, again, as you said, that great body position, great pressure to...
Body awareness.
Yeah, to shut that threat down.
That's the biggest thing I think we see with these guys that are really, really high level, just like that sense of awareness they have of knowing when they're in danger and when they're not.
It's really incredible when you see an actual credible threat, how much these guys are able to withstand and still escape. "30 seconds remaining in this match. Again, you can see these inversions that we've been seeing all match coming into play.
Oh,
Pedro looking for that toe hold.
Big toe hold.
Oh, nasty looking toe hold.
Looks on.
He needs to get a little bit lower.
Renee's
on those
grimacing.
toes.
Oh, he lets it go nice. He toughs
He was
it
a
out.
little high up on that foot, but that was the most credible submission attempt we've seen this match, certainly.
Way to tough it out for Renee.
This one is going to end in a draw as well.
Ladies and gentlemen, no submission was obtained, therefore both fighters are disqualified.
So only 2 matches remaining in this 10th Planet versus Cicero Costha quintet match. If all 5 matches finish in a draw, the penalties will determine the outcome. James Banville competed for us in June, coming up against Rodrigo Gotari. And both these guys, for what it's worth, really genuinely nice guys. If you saw their interviews, humble, both excited to represent their team, both excited to get out here and compete. It's one of the other things that stands out starkly between MMA and Jiu-Jitsu. MMA is blood and guts. These guys love it.
No, it's a community that's very, very easygoing. Usually some of the nicest people you'll meet.
James trying to suck that.
Again for the inversion.
Yeah, same position we saw Renee playing earlier.
You can tell these guys are from the same gym, obviously. Very similar styles.
Rodrigo, not as positionally sound as Pedro here, which made that leg lock threat maybe a little bit more credible than anything we saw from Renee. Again, inverting in there, you can see that he's isolating the foot. Rodrigo doing a good job controlling James' hips, preventing that pressure from being applied in a levering action.
He's going for that. Oh. Take the back,
nice counter.
Good scramble.
Nice counter, yeah. Really slick counter off that leg entanglement from Rodrigo.
Ref's gonna stop, bring him back to the center. Rodrigo keeping that heavy pressure, side control. James is looking to create some space.
This north-south position can be an opportunity for both athletes. James has potentially the opportunity to roll up into that back. You can see him attempting it right now. Difficult for a smaller guy. You see Mighty Mouse often use that north-south position as a control position. And
Darce attack. Oh, gonna take the back. Beautiful.
Very nice. That was that roll-up I was looking for James.
Nice scramble here from Rodrigo. Good job.
Wow.
Back on their feet.
Outstanding. Some really cool jiu-jitsu from these guys.
That was a beautiful transition. Like you said, throwing those legs over top, taking the back from being in danger from a Darce choke.
Yeah, that's it's interesting because I've seen that from north-south, but doing it from a Darce entrance was very slick from James Banville. James Banville also an avid Mario Kart player, apparently.
I like his style. It's a classic game. Yoshi was always my guy.
Good physical jiu-jitsu from both athletes. Jiu-jitsu known as the gentle art. I've always preferred to err on the side of combat sports.
Again, it looks like he's going to that north-south position again.
Five minutes remaining in this match.
Oh, he sits back for that
crowd is quite into this match.
As they should be. This is a very, very exciting one.
Good job from Mike Gaviato keeping these gentlemen safe, keeping the action in bounds.
Now, Rory, have you ever thought, I know this is nice, you know, for viewing open mat space, but having any type of barrier or wall to keep them in place, would that ever be something that you consider or no?
You know, the problem with that is that it does limit the
viewership.
The crowd. What I may do is make a larger stage, but then it's difficult to get finishes the larger the stage. Again, these toe holds not as high percentage as you would think with the number of times these athletes are attacking them.
Now, do you think they're going for all these toe holds because no heel hooks are allowed?
Probably it's a good corollary to leg locks when heel hooks aren't there, but they simply aren't as effective.
Yep.
Potential for a triangle here. Rodrigo shutting it down and threatening the pass. Halfway through our third quintet match between 10th Planet, Montreal, and Jiu-Jitsu. 10th Planet Jiu-Jitsu. I'd like to take a moment and thank one of our sponsors, Post Game Brewing. Fantastic local brewery. Easy drinking craft beer. Check them out at the LCBO.
Looking for that Darce. Oh, the same position again.
Wow. The fact that that's happened twice now makes me think that this is something that's higher percentage for James. Threatening that armbar, wow.
Oh.
If he could have turned his hips over, he may have been able to force that roll.
Look at it.
Oh, very nice.
Rodrigo pulls out.
Very credible attempts from 10th Planet.
Got about just under 3 minutes here remaining.
Now, 10th Planet is down one penalty, and in the event of a...
Does that come into play? Yeah.
That is the tie-breaking determination. If one team has been penalized more, they will lose. If the penalties are equal, then the judges come in and make a three-man judge's decision.
Do they do a decision over all 5 matches or just the final match?
Pride style, all 5 matches combined.
Okay.
Team versus team, which I think is more indicative of the format.
I agreed. Rodrigo does a great job of passing the guard, but James does an amazing job of getting his legs back in and finding threats in all positions.
It's one of the really compelling things about jiu-jitsu, where the smaller athlete isn't always at a disadvantage. Sometimes that smaller size and that speed can result in a smaller athlete easily handling a much larger athlete. If you look at the 10th Planet rash guards, they've actually had from Gulliver's Travels, the Lilliputians tying up the giant.
Nice little symbolism.
Yeah. North-south position again. Recurring theme in this match. The reason James isn't able to roll up from north-south the way he can from the Darce is because Rodrigo's doing a good job with his hip position, keeping them low, keeping them pinned. And now as he's given a little bit more space, he slid up the body and again isolated James' hips. Doing a good job shutting down that roll-up.
Go for that north-south, it looks like the arm in. Yeah. Again.
Man.
Those legs.
Again, you know, it's amazing how quickly these athletes adjust to some of these interesting attacks.
He's going for that arm. Oh, straightening it out. Oh, the legs across the face now. Rodrigo's grimacing. He's holding on to that grip. That's what's keeping him in this fight.
Oh, no. 45 seconds. There's time. There's time.
Oh, he steps across. Oh, and he breaks free.
Wow, I thought he had that. Amazing toughness from these athletes. This match is not disappointing.
No, this is very, very exciting. We got about 20 seconds left here. Here Rodrigo's corner yelling out Kimura. I think they're just trying to get him to go for something in these last final seconds.
he knows that the time is bled out. Both athletes will be unfortunately eliminated. Very exciting match, though. Wow. Neither athlete has anything to be ashamed of. That was high intensity.
Great match.
Everybody was
Ladies and gentlemen, no submission was obtained. Therefore, both fighters are eliminated.
Great match. Great matchup from these two. So now we have our
final. This one.
Yeah, so we'll see. Each team has submitted 6 athletes because there's potential for two matches. So Igor will be representing Cicero Costha, and it looks like we have Francis Santamour. Now these two have matched up in the past.
The previous, right?
Previous. Igor was representing Novo Niao against 10th Planet Montreal. That match ended in a draw, although Igor was in a very tight triangle that went out of bounds, locked in, and it was restarted at neutral in the center. And I know that was something that 10th Planet commented on to me. That was something we have addressed in the rules. If you go out of bounds in a submission, deliberately it's a DQ, and if it's the only place to go, you start in the penalty position.
Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah, that's.
If the only option is to tap or throw yourself off the stage, you've lost. Santamour playing sort of a weak knee shield. Igor threading his arm through to kill the shearing action that position is meant to elicit.
This is a position that can be very difficult with a guy with a good knee shield. What's the way do you like to get around this?
So I like doing what Igor's doing. That thread through is a good way to limit the movement of the legs and to limit the movement of the hips.
Yep.
And we can start, when you isolate, to threaten passes. Or entirely disengaging. When you start feeding your weight into athletes playing knee shields, that's when they can start to exploit opportunities. Francis has one of the best triangles I've ever seen in competition. Long-legged.
Long legs, yep.
Really impressive guy.
Usually that's the body type you see with guys that, good triangles, good darces, things like that.
And we have a triangle in play as we speak. Igor, as I said, stuck in this triangle in our last match, so probably more aware of it than many of Francis's opponents. Francis doing a good job keeping the head isolated with the top leg and looking to fight the arm free.
Pry that arm.
And he'll probably try to pull his own leg with the arm when it comes out so he can isolate that triangle. Igor, if he's patient, has a good opportunity to pass here. He's got a good knee pinch there.
Referee's going to start him back in the center. Or at least facing the center.
And the referee's doing a great job keeping these guys safe.
Yeah, we've seen in the past couple guys go over the top.
Jordan Burroughs and Ben Askren comes to mind, although that may have been a little bit more deliberate. Triangle less in play now. Francis feels that that's probably not as much of an option and looks to retain position.
Igor's triangle in that bottom leg there.
It's smart. It's not a good position for him to do very much, but it's limiting.
It's limiting.
Oh, he's got both arms underhooked. That's a rule in jiu-jitsu: 2 in or 2 out. You never want 1 arm in, 1 arm out.
Gonna look to stack and pass.
Yeah.
Again, he goes for that control on that arm.
Do the pride style, just dragging them back in. That can be difficult in jiu-jitsu when you're trying to restart athletes in a complex position that without giving either athlete an inadvertent advantage.
or disadvantage. Yeah, 1 little inch could be the difference.
Could be the difference between a submission or not. You saw with the armbar between James and Rodrigo. Igor, well, he's doing a good job not being submitted. I don't see him doing very much
threatening.
actively.
He's been on the defense for sure this, almost 4 minutes now.
There we have something that looks a little bit more. Very nice. Good job clearing that leg. That was
There's
well
the pass.
timed. Very well timed pass from Igor Mcilvenny. And as I said, having been in Francis triangle in the past, probably very patient in that passing, really looking not to get caught.
Oh.
That is halfway. See Igor looking around for the time. I think he may be a little fatigued. That was a lot of isometric holding in this pass position. So one of the other interesting things about the energy expenditure that's required for jiu-jitsu, it could be cardio, it could be power, it could be isometric.
Yeah, it's something that you really can't train for other than grappling.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, nice pass by Igor.
Again, playing this north-south position that we saw pretty heavily in our last matchup between James and Rodrigo. We know 10th Planet has some interesting opportunities here. And Francis with longer legs might be able to threaten a bit more. Moving back to side control for Igor.
Igor does a good job of isolating that hip, not allowing Francis to bring his legs back in. He's gonna roll. Oh. Again, we're back to that same position.
3 minutes left, and Francis does need to submit here. With 10th Planet being down 1 penalty, that will be the deciding factor if time runs out. Now, if Igor remains this passive, that may become an issue. Igor doing a good job staying active.
Yeah, he's doing just enough to work to pass that guard and isolate position.
I haven't seen Igor threaten a single submission, however, in the 6 minutes that have elapsed.
He's been very positionally based.
Both of these guys, unbelievable competitors, both competing at the highest level of the sports regularly. As I said, both gentlemen have competed for Para Bellum Quintet on our past shows and did not disappoint. Here we're back to that triangle I was telling you about from side control. Oh, very interesting. Nice try, nice try.
He's got under 2 minutes now.
Not at the point yet where Francis needs to go for a Hail Mary, but he certainly does need to get to a position that he can threaten quickly. And of course, when an athlete's grappling under pressure, that can sometimes lead to providing opportunities for your opponent as well.
Yep, mistakes can be made. Igor again doing a good job of just being positionally sound. Passing back and forth to side control on each side. Francis trying to create some space and Igor being super tight with him. Back to the feet now.
Final minute and we start back in neutral.
I think you'll see Francis go for something here. He knows.
I wouldn't be surprised if we see some kind of flying triangle, but Igor, that's,
Ele vai querer fazer loucura agora.
Francis now looking to pass. Igor's half guard here. Oh. Igor inverting now. Looking to extend that leg out.
Final few seconds here. And 10th Planet, I was in air, actually has 2 penalties against them. So they unfortunately will lose this this bout due to those penalties.
Ladies and gentlemen, as no fighters of those 5 matches obtained a submission, the winner is decided by penalties. Team 10th Planet Montreal had 2 penalties. Cicero Costha had 0 penalties. Therefore, your winner, and moving on to the finals, Cicero Costha! So for our next quintet match, our first team, fighting out of the red corner, Tristar, Montreal! And now their opponents, fighting out of the blue corner, Detroit Jiu-Jitsu.
All right.
Very exciting. Tristar up against Detroit. We have representing Tristar Gino Poirier and representing Detroit John Toth. So Gino Poirier is an interesting kid. I said this in one of the interviews. I had never heard of him, and Tristar has a big kind of well-known team.
Of course.
Gino actually beat Ayman Zahabi in an open tryout at Tristar.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So, like I said, a kid that we've never heard of, but right there skill-wise. Apparently, outstanding wrestling. I'm really excited about Tristar's secret weapon, Javad Mahjoub, who's an Iranian judo Olympian, 2-time Olympian.
Wow.
John Toth, a world champion in his own right.
It's going to be interesting to see where they place these guys in their lineup. And now, as a coach for you, when you're putting a team together, how much consideration you take into looking at, put what fighter you want where?
So,
because one fighter might be way more defensively sound, more offensive.
So, what I usually like to do is have kind of strong, weak, medium, weak, strong in terms of where my athletes are broken up. And not weak, but you understand what I mean. Like start strong, have a strong middle and a strong conclusion, and then blend the. But again, that's just one way to approach the strategy. It's one of my favorite things about the nuances of this sport.
Some people might think they want to put their best guy first,
yeah,
right? Or save it for last, but he might not get to go.
Exactly. We've had matches where one guy has run a team, has done all 5 opponents submitted.
We got some wrestling here, which is nice to see.
Gino is according to Tristar, a world-class wrestler. Not that they would be disingenuous about that, but I haven't seen his wrestling.
Just went for an arm drag there. Get that collar tie.
And Tristar and 10th Planet both having the benefit of Guy Sasuri as a wrestling coach.
Oh, nice.
Very nice shuck by. But again, in the submission-only matches, a submission-based grappler has an advantage over a wrestler.
Yes.
John Toth, a brown belt no-gi world champion, and a grappler's press world champion as well.
Toth now, close guard.
See Gino working to pin that arm. That can sometimes lead to good passing opportunities when somebody underhooks. John clearing it.
Gino looking to control the hips.
You can see both Tristar and Detroit have brought their full teams out to support them. None of the athletes wanting to stay backstage to warm up, rather supporting the teammates. I love that.
I think I like that better actually, and I can see it and kind of get into it.
Exactly. You get more in the moment of the match.
And you can also see maybe somebody you might be grappling against next.
Exactly. John trying to play some reverse De La Riva here. Tracking that heel outside the hip can be a good way to affect a base. See Gino being fairly passive. John looking to isolate an arm.
I'm gonna reach under now, maybe go for the armbar. It's there.
Yeah.
Nice. Beautiful, beautiful armbar.
Detroit goes up, one submission.
Wow.
So John Toth submitting Gino right off the hop. And our next match will start within 60 seconds.
Ladies and gentlemen, winner by submission is Detroit Jiu-Jitsu.
John not getting much of a break, and looks like he's coming up against Javad, the Iranian judoka I just mentioned.
Both big boys now here.
Both teams are just replete with amazing grapplers. As I said, two-time judoka Olympian here, and of course Oliver Taza, Ethan Carlston, both world champion brown belts. Ethan has the moniker of the world's most dangerous brown belt. Eamon Zahabi currently fighting in the UFC. Philip Leclerc, Pan American champion purple belt. Just a crazy deep team. Detroit also covered in glory, Pan American and world champions. All right, let's see what we got here. This is, like I said, one of the more compelling athletes that we have on the card. Most of the North American Jiu-Jitsu fans are way more familiar with the rest of Tristar, but Javad has 25,000 followers on Instagram. He's a celebrity in Iran.
Interesting, in the first matchup, Toth was willing to wrestle a little bit here, and now he's obviously going right down to his butt.
I cannot blame him. There's a saying in judo, they say up 5 feet, down 6.
Oh, wow.
Good turnaround.
Grabs a Kimura.
Very exciting, very exciting. So Javad stays in immediately against the next opponent from Detroit. David Garmo coming up against Javad. David Garmo, actually an athlete that I've competed against myself as a purple belt. Very, very tough competitor. I said in an interview, if I had a hard time with him, he's got to be pretty good.
Of course he did, right?
But David Garmo has competed in this format for Sakuraba in Japan, for Team Carpe Diem, which is a 2-time champion. A lot of experience in this format. Again, just a very cool matchup.
Both these guys are not lacking in the leg department here.
Garmo electing to wrestle Javad, which, again, I admire the bravery. You can see the David versus Goliath.
I like it.
My guess is the weight difference is big enough here that Garmo could have had a shorter match, but again, very bravely electing for the full 8-minute match versus the Iranian Olympian. May have been trying to set up some kind of scissor entrance there. Garmo has a very dangerous guillotine game. Nice hits that single attempt, but just like shooting in on an oak tree with those thighs. Wow. Judo lends itself very well to submission-based grappling because there is a submission component to judo, even at the Olympic level. When you look at a sport like wrestling, where you see with Gino, there's much less experience dealing with submissions once it goes to the ground. But Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, of course, a derivative of Judo.
That's where Sambo comes in handy as well too, right?
Sambo is also a derivative of Judo. Nice.
Oh, nice.
Almost a sweep, but again, those big hips, big heavy hips from Javad, very difficult to move. And again, the interesting component of these matchups is that at a certain point, if you realize that it may be impossible to submit your opponent, you may start playing for a draw, which means you need to stay active, you need to stay attacking, but you need to stay out of trouble and maybe take fewer risks. So I don't know if we're at that point quite yet with David. Great jiu-jitsu crowd here coming out to Oakville to support this event. We're very fortunate to have some local sponsors helping us out. The rash guards you see on the athletes were designed by Tiziana Fata and were made by Under the Gi.
Looks like the ref gave a penalty. I'm not sure to whom.
The referee should stop the action and verbally warn the athlete to indicate who was actually penalized. See that knee shield we were discussing again?
There it is.
Javad going for the...
roll through it. Top position.
Here's that guillotine game I was talking about.
He's locking up that leg too. Oh, no, he breaks out of it.
You know, I've felt Garmo's guillotine, and it is quite good, but when you deal with a 260-pound man that is clearly
Judo Olympian.
Yeah, very powerful. It's a different type of strength that you're dealing with.
Garmo looking to disrupt the base of Javad.
Approaching the halfway mark.
Oh, Garmo.
Oh, almost looked for that arm lock. The score is tied, one submission apiece for Tristar and Detroit. Detroit carrying a penalty. Javad settled in side control. Again, important to keep reiterating in these submission-only matches that the positional game, a pin, advancing position, essentially meaningless unless it leads to...
The referee gives another one.
Javad is penalized.
That's Javad this time.
So that looks like one submission and one penalty each. Ooh. David jumping to
that guillotine.
Oh.
He's right up here, switching to no arm in. That looks pretty deep. Oh!
That should absolutely be a DQ. That should absolutely be a DQ. There was no way out of that guillotine. Javad is DQ'd.
Garmo's moving on.
Ladies and gentlemen, the winner by disqualification, Detroit Jiu-Jitsu.
So you could see Javad obviously was stuck in that deep guillotine, nowhere to go. It actually looked like he walked off the stage, which is an obvious DQ. And Garmo moves on to face the next member of Tristar. Which it looks like Oliver Taza.
I misspoke, both penalties on Tristar, and Detroit up 2 submissions to 1. Oliver Taza exceptionally good at leg locks, trains with John Donaher and the Death Squad. The leg lock's not quite as threatening without the heel hook. There is a Texas Cloverleaf in play here, which is a modified knee bar. See Oliver using it to come to a top position. The other interesting component of this, of course, that Garmo just finished a difficult match with a giant and has to jump in immediately against a fresh opponent. Nice pass from Taza.
Taza, obviously, putting the pressure on Garmo.
Yeah, didn't like seeing his opponents or his teammates submitted and disqualified, looking to make it up.
Looking to separate those wrists there.
Yeah, he's got a Kimura grip locked in. You're going to see him sit back, either try to arm lock or possibly force that out. It's a tough position for Garmo. Looks like he's got
He's trying to triangle his legs.
Yeah, the arms are separated there. There's 6.5 minutes on the clock. This is a tough position.
You can grab
your own.
Right?
Yes,
Yep.
you grab your own clothing defensively. You cannot grab your opponent's. Coming to that top position, if he can sit his weight back, Garmo doing a good job staying on his shoulders, which actually shrinks the space that Oliver's able to force that Kimura through. And maybe a wrist lock that's in play there. And you can see that Taza wants to create that angle. There it is.
Looked like he was about ready to tap there.
Yeah, I think he felt that shoulder coming up off the mat. As soon as that outside shoulder's up off the mat, there's the space there to force the lock. David, a tough competitor, doing a good job trying to isolate his own shoulder. If he can clear that knee off of his face, there's also a possibility of scrambling out. Oh, breaks that grip. Very good. Very well done.
Very good.
By Garmo.
Maybe looking to attack the bottom half now.
Threading that back
take.
That very nice.
There it is.
Looking for hooks.
Oh, he's gonna lick that arm.
He's got that Kimura trap.
Garmo's holding on here.
Looking for a spiderweb style control for Oliver. See, he's crossing his ankles, which is dogmatically incorrect, but in this position actually isolates your opponent's shoulders well.
Oh, and there it is.
And there you can see, he gets the submission.
Beautiful armbar.
Oliver Taza performing as expected against the very tough David Garmo. Great match.
And your winner by armbar, Tristar Montreal.
So we have
Mohammed
Hobilat coming in. I like this guy. He looked up Javad and said in an interview, that's who I want to go against. That guy looks cool. He also, when asked what his favorite submission is, he said ankle lock, knee bar, arm bar, choke. Every part of the body.
A little bit of everything.
Coming back to that modified knee shield half butterfly guard. I like that half butterfly guard. It can be Oliver's playing Eddie Cummings' version, which can lead to that inside Sengaku position. Also a great sweeping position. There's a lot of play in that half butterfly. Mo playing in the danger zone. That halfway distance between
half in, half out.
Half in, half out is where you're the most vulnerable. I tell my athletes, you either play long or you play all the way in. Mo, a purple belt world champion against Oliver Taza, a brown belt world champion, and the nickname for Mo and his team is Psycho Mo.
Psycho Mo.
Really rolls off the tongue. This position slowing down a little bit.
Hey, Danny, he's calling for action.
His coaches are kind of warning him, saying you might get stalling points there. He's got to make some action happen.
The referee's doing a better job of warning the athletes before penalizing them, giving them the opportunity to fight and attack.
Recentering him.
This is where conditioning comes into play. We're now in about 7 minutes of grappling for Oliver, and about 1.5 minutes against for Muhammad.
Yes, essentially somebody could go 40 minutes of straight grappling if if they take out the whole team.
In one of our previous matches, we had a single athlete grapple for 22 minutes straight, 2 submissions and a draw. It was very impressive.
Taz, a nice back take here. That Kimura trap.
Guard trap. Very effective control position, inverting to that arm.
Going to that arm.
Muhammad doing a good job keeping the angle from becoming too severe.
Looks he's going to roll, invert underneath.
Taz needs to cover the head
or
force a roll. This side angle is a good control, but difficult to finish.
Like Muhammad's controlling the ankles there.
Yeah, did a good job killing the hips.
And going for that Kimura. This is something, again, kind of like the heel hook thing. This Kimura trap system is becoming very, very popular.
It is. It's Lyndon Whitlock, your striking coach and my business partner, says that if he gets that, there should be no escape. There should be no escape for the defensive opponent. And obviously, there's nothing 100% in jiu-jitsu, or that would be the end of the sport. But Kimura grip's certainly a great control. Mo doing a better job shrinking the space now in this half butterfly guard. A little less at risk from some of the attacks from Oliver. The score is tied at 2 submissions apiece, but Tristar racking up 2 penalties, which will come into play if it's still stalled at the end. Another penalty being awarded. It's the halfway mark.
Muhammad looking to posture up here. Keep Taza flat on the mat. Look to pass that guard. Taza doing a great job of disrupting his balance. He's going for that arm again. He's got that omoplata position right now. He's looking to reach around. He might sit up and get the roll. He does.
There you go. Keeping that top position. Transitioning to that top arm. But the shoulders aren't isolated, so that's going to be a tough position to finish. Some really creative movement from these athletes. There's an omoplata in play.
The omoplata, like I've always said, it's a great submission to go for to create a scrambler to get out of something, but it's very low percentage finish.
Absolutely. One of the lowest percentage submissions that I still advocate for attacking because of the sweeping potential. But again, in this format, if it could lead to an armbar or a triangle, worthwhile. But just for the sweep, not probably worth playing. About 3 minutes left. Detroit carrying 1 penalty, Tristar carrying 2. An even score of 2 submissions per team.
We're seeing how evenly matched all these teams are. The first pairing, nobody got a submission. Now we're seeing 2 each side already in this pairing.
It was a very, very well matched event.
Who did it?
Right leg on top. Right leg on top.
The incredible thing is that all 4 of these teams are coming from within about a 4-hour drive of Oakville, Ontario. There's an incredible amount of talent in this part of the world. Low inverting for a knee bar.
Oh, Taz aware, pulls out of it. Yeah, touching on that, you're seeing, most jiu-jitsu tournaments and whatnot, you see just local athletes, local gyms, but you're getting guys from, from the States, flying in from even California. We have a couple competitors on it, and all over Canada and Quebec. So, is that the goal? Just keep growing it and get it bigger and bigger?
Absolutely. This is one of my favorite things in the world, and I want to grow this to the point that we have international competitors, that we have the biggest names in the sport. We're not far off. Some of the guys that we have on this card tonight are genuinely becoming the biggest names in the sport.
Tazza looking to take the back maybe from this position.
Great pressure.
Gets the hook.
You see him using the same types of wedges that Damian Maya uses, which are difficult to perceive from the outside, but make it very difficult for your opponent to avoid giving up their back.
That body triangle position now. He's going to trap the arm.
Yeah, this is tough. This is tough.
Going for that arm again.
Yeah, arm, maybe triangle.
This is just grip strength here from Muhammad. Oh.
He rolls up into that
in that triangle.
And he's got the angle. This is going to be tough to escape.
Still got over a minute to work with here.
Yeah, this is tough. Moza, tough.
There it is.
Very nice.
Very nice.
And your winner by triangle armbar, Tristar Montreal.
Oliver Tazza living up to the hype with two submissions. Of course, now attrition playing a role.
Yep.
We're into about 12, 13 minutes of continuous grappling for Oliver. There's only 60 seconds allowed between matches. The ref doing a good job monitoring that.
That's teamwork over there, right there. You know, the Tristar guys, they're rubbing them down, shaking them out.
Getting that blood flowing. You've been in fights where you know how that can feel when your forearms start to cramp.
Oh yeah, when you go for a submission, you don't get it, and your arms just feel like rocks. Another Muhammad in there now. Muhammad Al-Hamadi.
Yes, so I was talking to the coach, and Muhammad Al-Hamadi is the least experienced member of Detroit, but they felt that this was a good opportunity for him to show off his skill set.
Well, he's got a great opportunity here and a tough match with Tazza.
And as I said, anytime you have a team of absolute killers where they're telling you that this guy is something special, I want to see what he brings to the table. The same was true with Tristar. And again, very, very brave of Muhammad to play this leg lock game with somebody as notorious as Tazza.
Oh.
Push his hands, dribble his hands.
Nice scramble by Muhammad.
Those toe holds are not my favorite submission. I have seen them be explosively effective, but tend to only slip.
Okay, good job. All right, he's here.
I'm in that north-south position, coming back to neon belly.
He's gonna come at your legs when you go neon belly, okay? Bring your head closer to his belly button. That's when you'll start working those overhooks here.
Muhammad doing a good job of listening to his corner here.
Use your hips, put heavy pressure on his elbows. Okay? Gotta move that leg.
Tazza goes for that leg again.
Open his legs now. Open his leg. Pop that leg up. Okay, yes, there we go. Oh, continue passing like this, okay? Like your face. Oh, hips down.
Muhammad, that's a good job of passing.
Threading towards the back.
There you go.
Not using the wedges as effectively as we saw Oliver do earlier, which allowed Oliver to flatten back out.
Might be just due to fatigue or
Muhammad's
different.
not
he's
tired yet.
He's doing a very good job staying heavy.
The tricky thing about being fatigued like this is that it's not just a matter of surviving. If you're too passive, you could get disqualified.
Yeah, so you got to do work. You can't just stall it out there. Right?
Which can be tough when you're, as you said, we're approaching now 15 minutes of continuous grappling for Oliver against fresh opponents. 2 submissions.
His corner just yelled out, "No mount."
Yeah, they have the same impression of mount that we do.
5:30. Keep looking at that pass. Slow, nice and heavy.
Muhammad's doing a good job of passing that guard. He's done it a few times now. But Tazza, obviously super skilled. Finding a way to going after that leg again.
Oh, nice attempt. A little too quick. A little sloppy.
Muhammad going after that toe hold now. That rolling.
Left leg in front
Oliver trains with the Dawn of Her Death Squad. He's been in leg locks from some of the world's best, including Gary Tonin and Gordon Ryan. Unlikely he'll have a panic response from such a seasoned athlete.
Doing a great job right now.
Credit to Al-Hamadi for being able to establish that position and attacking it credibly.
There we go. Good job.
North-south.
Nice pass again.
Right hand to hip. Yeah, hey. No, left hand. That elbow.
Playing a strong positional game, but not doing much to threaten
Right hand wrist control now. Yes.
genuine submissions.
Pull off that shoulder. Oh, you're doing great.
And of course, the longer that there's those lulls, the more Taz is able to rest, recuperate, past the halfway mark. This is Detroit's fourth athlete and Tristar's third athlete. So Tristar up by one submission. Tristar also still carrying 2 penalties to Detroit's 1.
Come on, up and out.
Very pleased to be sponsored by Fighters Market, a local company that very supportive of jiu-jitsu community.
Hey, Mo.
Ref's gonna restart him in the center.
Kick it, hip escape, stand back up, okay? Right away. Right there is good, right there is good. Kick it, hips. Left foot in the hip, left foot in the hip.
There's a few positions that we've seen established over and over again tonight. That knee shield, that north-south position. See deep half being played by Mohammed. I'm not a fan of deep half guard and no gi.
I know you're not a fan of deep half guard in MMA either.
No, I'm really not. I understand in gi where you have grips.
Yeah.
But in the no gi and MMA game, it's you're giving your opponent way too many opportunities. I would say that the bottom part, or the part that established it, is actually the disadvantaged opponent.
Oh, you're doing amazing here. Get that left arm underhook. Yes.
Good pressure from Oliver.
Elbow in his armpit.
A little bit easier to rest and still be active from a top position.
Nice. Get that forearm underneath his chin. Use it. Push, push, push.
Taza looking to make Muhammad carry his weight here. He's looking to pass, end up in full mount.
That quarter guard can lead to inversions
Watch
to the
that
back.
underhook. He's going to start to step over for the armbar here, okay? Punch that through. Left arm, punch
Might be trying to isolate a
even as he mounts. Nice pressure.
head and arm here if he can get it. Yep.
Yeah, there it is. 2 minutes left. That arm was not on the carotid regardless.
Press right on top of left.
We're under 2 minutes here.
Playing back to that inside Sengaku, of course, as I said, not nearly as threatening without the threat of the heel hook. Knee bar is possible.
Okay.
As is the toe hold, as you've seen from the
Try to
feud.
catch that right foot. Okay? Try to catch that right foot. Okay? Hip escape to your left. Hip escape to your left. Yes, you're out. You're out. Just keep working. Keep working. Keep working.
Oh.
Yes.
Looking for at 50-50 control. Oliver has the advantage due to the hip position.
Don't let him esteem a lock. You're going to hip escape.
Yeah.
Hey, that foot's almost up. Hip escape and
You can hear the Garmo warning against the Estima lock. Very subtle footlock that can develop unexpectedly. 1 minute remaining in this match.
1 minute. 1 minute. Go. Up high with that underhook. Up high with that left arm.
Well, for a relatively unknown Muhammad coming in here, he's showing a great job he's doing against Taza.
Yeah, very impressed. As you said, for a relatively unknown grappler to be this competitive against brown belt world champion, very good job from Muhammad.
Left shoulder to the mat here. Left shoulder to the mat.
Let's see if he can hold Taz off for another 35 seconds and earn that draw. This will be a tough goal for Oliver if he does get this submission because he's back in it again immediately.
30 seconds for the rest of your life. Okay, let's go. 30 seconds.
You can see teammate David Garmo imploring Muhammad to attack.
Keep that left arm underhook. 15 seconds. Raise his hips. Use that left leg. Raise the hips.
10 seconds left in this round. This will most likely be a draw, which will
get away.
bring Detroit's final athlete, Khalil Fadala.
3 seconds! 3 seconds!
Oh, Taz is going.
3 seconds! Yeah!
And we have a draw, so both athletes are eliminated.
Ladies and gentlemen, no submission was obtained. Both fighters have been eliminated.
Okay, so up next, very excited about this match. Ethan Krellston and Khalil Fadala. Two very strong grapplers. Ethan, as I mentioned earlier, bearing the moniker the world's most dangerous brown belt.
Wow.
Which is an honor and a responsibility. That's a big target. A guy like Khalil is salivating at the idea of submitting the world's most dangerous brown belt. Using that leg threat to
Always open those
threaten
legs.
sweep.
They tangles, you open them.
Again, looking for that inversion.
There it is!
So the onus here is on, obviously, the Team Detroit.
Yes, if Ethan again doesn't submit Khalil, Tristar will win because that would eliminate both athletes, and Tristar would still have another athlete to field.
Nice.
Khalil in a tough position. Actually, will need to submit Ethan, and at the very least earn a draw with no penalties in order to win this match.
So yeah, he knows going into it that he has at least 2 matches ahead of him.
Yes. It's the other compelling thing about this format. It changes the scope of the work. And, athletes have to focus on the task at hand. I think if you start thinking about the 2 matches, you might lose sight of the match that you have to win to start.
Yep.
That's it. That's it.
Khalil looking to pass that leg across.
Yeah, pull your left leg. Pull that left leg. Try your legs if you can. Take your left arm, underhook that leg. Underhook his leg. Up, up, up.
Oh. Ethan ended up on top here. Ethan looking to pass. Khalil does a good job. Nice little scramble here. Might use the leg to take the back. The referee's going to stop. Put him back in the center.
Back to that knee shield that we played, we were talking about earlier. Ethan, rather than the lace through, elects for space and to sit out to the side. Good position to pass from.
He's going to look to slowly pull that right knee through and look to get it to the mat and path. Khalil obviously aware of it. So if you're Ethan in this case, you know your team's up. You obviously got to keep the pressure. You don't get a penalty, but you'd be a little bit more conservative.
So my sense is we play to submit. My sense is that we play for keepsies.
I like that too, but I'm looking at,
There's 2 ways
team
to look at it
standpoint.
strategically.
What do you think?
You've got Ayman Zahabi behind you, who's a very talented grappler. There's still potential here. I think, stay aggressive. Maybe not quite as aggressive as Khalil needs to be in this situation.
Yes.
But I don't think there's any reason that Ethan shouldn't play hard for subs.
Agreed. Feels good to win, but it feels even better to finish them, right?
Exactly. playing for a draw doesn't strike me as being the personality of either of these teams. They're both blue-collar working teams that like that finish. Needs to set those shots up a little bit, unless you just wanted to get to the legs. And you see Damian Maia in the UFC shoot at the legs, maybe without much of an intention of hitting a takedown, but just getting underneath his opponent.
Yeah, he doesn't care if he's on his back underneath, right? So he actually prefers to be there.
Exactly. And these leg entanglements, a hallmark of the Danaher Death Squad. Both Ethan and Oliver regularly training at Renzo Gracie's in New York.
How much is that? Oh, going for that knee bar.
Toe hold on top leg, toe hold on top leg. Stay right there.
Referee's going to move him best he can by keeping that position.
He's going to try to drag them back in the same way that
it's tough to do.
It is. It's tough to do without losing position, but again, allows to maintain the position without giving an unfair advantage or an accidental advantage.
The right thing to do.
Yeah.
I was going to say, how much is the Danaher style, the Danaher Death Squad changed the game in the sense of going for heel hooks and things like that.
There's a sense of depth of method from Danaher that's there in guard passing, back taking, heel hooks, and the heel hooks got the most attention because they were the most novel. But it's a well thought out system, and it's obviously replicable. 3 minutes remaining. And again, a draw in this match is the same as a win for Tristar. Khalil needing to submit Ethan to stay alive. Looking for that knee bar entrance. Perhaps threatening towards the back. Again, every athlete we've had on the stage has been so aware of the nuances of their opponent's game. It's really amazing to see how quickly they can adjust and
Action's spilling right over to us here.
Yell at him, yell at him.
That's the DQ, ref. He was going out of bounds.
Garmo asking for the
call
DQ
for the DQ.
I think that submission probably would have been a little bit more locked in.
Yeah, he's trying.
I love that. I always advocate for my team. I understand where he's coming from. Love the team intensity as well. How into it both teams get. Two minutes remaining.
Pull that through, pull that through.
Oh.
That should be the referee's position, right? Referee's position.
Referee's starting him back in the center, trying to get that same position again.
So
it's gonna be difficult to do.
One of the nuances, and this is a referee's call, but if there's a submission in play and it goes out of bounds where there was no other option for the defensive opponent, rather than starting in the position again, they start in that modified front headlock position just to
140.
keep things equitable.
Bro, he's gonna try and chill. Swallow this out, okay? We need to go for some submissions here.
This is the only case where having walls or cage or something would be a benefit.
It is. It's.
But again, for the viewership, it's obviously not as good.
And in Japan, they actually experimented with in MMA almost an invisible fishnet, so they minimized the amount of blocking. Ethan establishing mount, strong position to control from, if not submit from, with 1 minute and 10 seconds left in this round. And again, Tristar with Ayman Zahabi still on deck. Detroit down to their last athlete with Khalil.
So Khalil's got 1 minute to do something here, or else that's it for his team. Kind of got to go for the Hail Mary. Oh, Ethan's got his back with that body triangle.
50 seconds, Khalil. Start twisting.
What are you yelling to your student here?
If Khalil's my student?
Yep.
Maybe, I don't know, we gotta escape. This is a tough position. This is a tough position to do anything other than survive. Ethan looks like he's got the jaw locked in. He's got the body triangle.
He's gonna belly down.
Oh, this is a rough position. He's playing that modified hand position we've played with in MMA.
There it is.
That's it. Ethan gets the submission with 15 seconds left. Very impressive, very impressive. And that's Tristar.
And your winner by rear naked choke, Tristar Montreal.
Let's go, Pawak!
Welcome back. We are starting up our super fight portion of the evening.
We have Stephen Harty versus Pawak Acharya. If I pronounced that wrong, I apologize. Stephen fighting out of H2O MMA. Pawak from Body of 4.
Pawak recently promoted purple belt. Watched him compete at a blue belt tournament and just run game on everybody. So it's good to see him at purple belt where he belongs. Stephen using that Darce threat to advance position. Looks like he's under the chin there pretty well.
Good job. Start bringing that grip, buddy.
There is a one-armed guillotine available here as well if he can pass the mount.
Pawak doing a good job to keep that quarter guard.
Trying to get that Darce. A Darce can be a dual-purpose attack, either a submission or a pass, depending on how your opponent reacts. Kind of force them to make a defensive choice.
Pawak looking for that deep half guard that we talked about earlier.
Both H2O and Body 4, fantastic teams. You can hear Marco Costha in Pawak's corner. Steve really deeply under that chin.
That's in there, it looks like it.
Pawak on the grip, fighting it off, tucking his chin. And a guillotine, unlike a rear naked choke, it's much harder to force that jaw pressure. Nice work, nice work. Pawak didn't panic. You can see him looking to Marco for advice. Steve Harty comes from H2O MMA, one of the solid MMA gyms from Quebec. They're affiliated with
Tristar.
I think Oliver Aubin-Mercier is one of their fighters. Very good grappler. And coming to that front headlock position again. Really like how he's using that to pass. Really like how he's using that to threaten.
He takes it back with it.
Really nice.
Got one hook in.
Hand trapping. You can see he's been studying the Danaher system as well. The problem here for Stephen is that his head isn't underneath Pawak's, but he's got that.
That looks like it's in.
Yes,
there it
he
is.
got it. Very nice.
Beautiful.
Very nice finish.
Nice back take. Nice finish.
Really good pressure from Stephen. I'm impressed with the volume and consistency of those attacks, leading to a great finish. Well earned victory.
And your winner, by rear naked choke, fighting out of the red corner, Stephen Harty.
Next up, we have Tom Mcilvenny from Para Bellum MMA and Jermaine Chandler from SBG Niagara. Rory's taking a step away from this one. He will be coaching Tom. And here we go. Referee gives the final instructions. Like I said, Rory has stepped away. He's playing the Reggie Dunlop kind of role tonight, doing a promoter coach. He's coaching Tom, one of his students at Para Bellum MMA. Jermaine Taylor from SBG Niagara. Tom pulling guard, looking to control the left wrist of Jermaine. Jermaine staying heavy, trying to look to pass that right leg of Tom. You can see the contrast of these two body types. Tom, the more longer, lankier ranger grappler, and Jermaine, the shorter, stockier, a little bit more muscular. About 1 minute in now. Tom's got that half butterfly guard. Jermaine's looking to pass that right leg of Tom still.
Go, Tom!
Tom using that left knee as a knee shield. Oh, Tom looks to invert. Ends up in full guard. Jermaine needs to look to control the hips of Tom, look to try and pass. Maybe put the knee in the butt, try to break that grip of the full guard, try and break the legs open and look to pass. Looks like he's doing that now. Oh, Tom looks to sit up. Trying for a sweep, maybe just trying to mess with Jermaine's base. Jermaine looking to come around, trying to pass. That knee shield's giving him problems here. Unable to pass that guard to Tom. 5 minutes remaining in this match. I'd like to see Jermaine kind of sprawl his hips out. Oh, we're back in that same position. That half. Oh, there Jermaine looks to pass now. Tom looking for that arm. Jermaine's aware of it, pulls out. Tom might look to attack that leg now. Jermaine's wary of it. It keeps his base back low. Oh. Did a good job of getting his leg back. We're back in this butterfly guard here. Or half guard now. Three and a half minutes remaining. Tom maybe looking to set up, no, let it go now. Maybe looking to set up a triangle there. Looking over for instructions from his coach, Rory McDonald. Referee giving a warning to the action for Jermaine. Needs some more action to progress, or else he will get a penalty. 3 minutes remaining. Jermaine still on top position this whole match. He's been relatively close to the same spot, trying to pass, but having trouble passing that knee shield of Tom. Looking for that Kimura. Putting that head over the leg over the head. Now he's circling. Tom might have this here. He's got to keep that weight down. He's got that Kimura locked up. Jermaine's doing a good job of holding on here, keeping his arm close to his body. Tom transitions to the back. He's got a minute and 30 here to work. He's got one hook in. Looks like he's got both hooks in now. Now Jermaine's on the defensive here for the last minute 15. Let's see if Tom can muster up submission or Jermaine can reverse this. Jermaine's gonna look to get his back to the mat there. Look to come on top. Oh. Tom's got both his hooks in again. Might look to go for this armbar here. Yeah, there it is. He's going for it. He's gonna sit through. He's gonna try and break that grip. This is close to being finished. Jermaine's holding on here. Tom's gonna fall off. He needs a hand on the face. Might finish here. There it is. He gets the submission. Beautiful armbar. Nice win for Tom Mcilvenny.
Representing body of 4, Lorenz, Baguinan. Representing the Submission Academy, Mandie, Adamache.
All right, and we're back. Coach Rory must be happy.
I'm very pleased. Tom had a great performance. Now we're on to an elite levels women's match. Lorenz representing body of 4, and Maddie Adamache, I may have botched that, representing the Submission Academy from London.
girls are
And she's
going
looked
after
for that.
already.
Yeah, it's scrambly.
I like it.
AF. Oh, toe hold.
Both going for.
So she's not. Lorenz has a control on the foot, but not really eliciting a whole lot of pressure across the ankle.
Turn it, come up. Yeah. Lock it up, lock it up, lock it up. Yeah. Good.
It would be interesting to see how some of these matches played out with heel hooks involved, because it does change the dynamic of some of these entrances and leg entanglements.
Absolutely.
Come up, come up, come up, come up.
Oh, nice.
Some really interesting movement from these women. Lorenz is like a pit bull on that ankle.
I like the intensity, but both these two women are bringing so far.
We do have a really solid women's jiu-jitsu community in Ontario that produce some world-class athletes. These women both great examples.
Use the bridge. You got to underhook. Yeah, keep control of that wrist. Look to spin off. You're going to have to spin off. Look to spin off. There you go, there you go. Sit back, sit back, sit back.
Marco preparing Lorenz to move and adjust position if
Mandie
is able
triangle
to
here.
adjust.
Oh,
nice adjustment from Mandie on that escape.
Good awareness.
Really good awareness. Really good awareness. Managed to extricate that arm as she was rolling out of mount. Really nice. Really nicely done.
Lorenz.
Steve Poulin in Mandie Adamache's corner. Great black belt. Has also done extensive work with Enzo Gracie in the John Hood Death Squad.
Wiggle your leg, yes.
Body of four, one of the top teams in Ontario.
Adjust. Keep adjusting your legs. There you go.
Lorenz looking to. Oh, she almost had it there, pulling that leg out.
Come on. Be ready. As soon as she makes space.
These evening's matches being brought to you by High Rollers, BJJ, great local company with cool designs. Check them out.
Great name.
High Rollers. Cool company too. Lorenz looks like she's got a Kimura grip here. It's dangerous to force this though, as your opponent's passing guard.
I was thinking
GSP.
exactly.
Matthews,
You know, read my mind. That far side step over armbar.
Exactly. GSP got overeager. It was his first loss. Nice though. Lorenz does a good job swinging that foot up and over to limit the movement, which allows her to force that arm to the outside. Really nice adjustment. Oh wow.
Nice scramble.
Mandie showing some great flexibility and toughness.
Takes it back.
Really great exchanges here. 5 minutes left in an action-packed match.
She does no hooks in, but she's riding those hips.
Yeah, she's doing a good job.
This is a position that we talked about even in MMA here. Sometimes not going for the hooks in. You can kind of ride your opponent's hips.
Yeah, and that sometimes actually opens things up for you more because you're not the proactive athlete. She's riding a little higher than I would like.
Yeah, could get shaken off.
Yeah, I prefer that to be more over the hips as opposed to over the lumbar spine.
She got the one hook in
yeah,
there.
establishing the hooks. Lorenz maybe missed an opportunity there to back out the back door.
So Mandie might lock up that body lock. There it is.
There it is. But at a weird angle. Oh, good. Nice adjustment. If she could lock that in entirely, get the foot behind the knee, I think there's some real compression she could apply to this position.
She's gonna look to flatten her hips right to the mat, stretching Lorenz out. When that happens, it sometimes pops the chin up, easy for the rear naked choke.
It does. It puts an enormous amount of pressure on the low back as well, although these women both obviously very tough, very flexible. Got maybe a little overeager looking for that submission, but still an interesting opening.
Looking for maybe that.
Looks like she's got
triangle. Lorenz passing around that leg. Actually, she might. Oh. Good scramble.
Really even match here. Really even match for both women positionally. Both going for it for submissions. You can see Mandie digging for
guillotine.
Guillotine.
Shoulder to wrist, wrist to shoulder. You gotta get your hips under. Keep more control. Shoulder to wrist, 2 minutes. Shoulder to back.
She let it go. She's looking to take that. Nice.
Go after it again. Go after it again. Let's go after it again. Free your head on one side.
It's been a high-pace match, a lot of intensity. You can see fatigue maybe starting to play on Lorenz a little in this position.
Good, Lorenz. Yep. Shoulder this. Let's go. Pull that elbow. Don't let that.
Half guard is a very dangerous position to threaten from the bottom. One of my favorite positions to attack from. But you can see Mandie really taking the hips and the angles out of the equation, threatening a Darce choke now.
2 minutes, 20, Lorenz. 2 minutes.
My guess is she'll combine that with a knee cut pass
into the Darce.
Into the Darce, or if her opponent gives up the legs, maybe just to pass the side.
A lot of times when you do that,
you can see the knee cut pass starting now.
Sometimes when people forget the legs.
Yep. And there it is, using that Darce as a way to pass. Slim Jim unlocking that half guard.
We got about 2 minutes here left. Mandie in the full mount position.
Step hard. There you go. Step hard. That's it. Bump, 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 bump.
Looking for a no-gi Ezekiel choke, which
tough to get.
Tough to get, but not impossible. There's actually 2 finishes in the UFC with
the same guy.
Same guy, and he was mounted when he finished his opponent.
I forget his name actually. The Russian Olenek.
Yeah.
Olenek, I believe it is.
The only thing I remember about him is that he has 2 finishes from being mounted.
Again, she's got that back.
Yeah, if she could isolate the hips and flatten the hips, I think she'd have a lot easier time starting to work on the chin. Lorenz still in a position where she might be able to slide out that back door. Mandie may be looking to isolate an arm in case that is the case. There it is.
There
yeah.
it is.
Sliding into that arm lock, but Lorenz.
Oh, she steps over.
Yeah.
Nice. Good defense.
Yeah, really good.
Oh, ends up on good scramble here. We got just under a minute here. Great action between these 2 ladies.
Mandie's looking fired up. Looks like she's ready for blood.
Oh, she shoots in for the double. Comes around back. Nice.
Mandie's stringing together some really solid attacks.
With 30 seconds left here.
So if a super fight goes to full time with no submission, unlike the quintet matches, it's not determined by the penalties, it's determined by the judge's decision. 15 seconds left.
Mandie in the full mount.
She's going to have to dive for it right now.
Dive for an arm.
It's that short time submissions.
She's going to go for it.
And that's time. Great match. Let's see how the judges call this one.
Ladies and gentlemen, the decision goes to the white corner, Mandie Adamache.
So the judges favored this match for Mandie. I agree with that call. That was an outstanding match. Really high action. We haven't had a single competitor on the stage tonight that has anything to be ashamed of. The performances have been amazing.
And we haven't really seen anybody really outclassed either. It's been very competitive.
As I said, what an outstanding job the matchmaker did on this card.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, for the next bout, our
representing body of 4, Aleks Veselic. his opponent. Fighting out of the blue corner, representing Atos Jiu-Jitsu, Gregg.
And here we go. This one should be a good one. We got Aleks Veselic from Body of 4 and Greg Young from Atos Jiu-Jitsu.
Again, two great Ontario gyms, Body of 4, well represented tonight with multiple athletes. Greg Young actually training partner for both of us. Yep. When I started training at Atos, Greg was 16 and he would jump in regularly with the pro fighters. Really tough kid.
Very good. Good judo.
Good judo.
Judo base.
Greg. No fear. Aleks, a lanky body type, can often be difficult to deal with in jiu-jitsu, presents some really cool challenges. And Aleks moving well for a long guy. Oftentimes long guys are a little awkward. He's actually got some fluidity, which is a nice change of pace.
Oh, jump guillotine.
All the athletes showing up to perform tonight. Everybody's looking to impress.
I said those long limbs of Aleks, like he said. Let's see if that plays a factor here.
Tonight's competition brought to us by Fight Supply. See Aleks inverting for that leg. Greg, pretty experienced leg lock player, reacted correctly. He's playing a top position. Aleks looks to be establishing X guard there. He has it. He needs to elevate those hips if he's going to do anything with it, which he's done. Nice entrance. Wow. That's that inside nice. Sengaku entrance. Really, really well done. He's going to look to set up a knee bar. There's no heel hooks available here. But again, Greg, really comfortable in these positions. I've played footsies with him before. He's tough to catch.
Control that knee first. Control that triangle. Control the knee. Now go. Now go. There.
Looking for that ankle lock.
It's straight ankle.
Oh, nice. I like that modified grip. I like that modified.
You like that rear naked choke grip.
Yeah, it gets a really deep compression cut, and you can see if the toes get covered by the armpit, it turns into a really nasty ankle lock.
Good job, buddy. Belly down, belly down, belly down.
Again,
yeah, there was an opportunity there from Aleks to go belly down on that ankle lock that where he allowed Greg to roll through, which caused the position to deteriorate a little bit for him, and actually allowed Greg to start to play some competitive footwork.
That's the difference with the ankle lock. You know, you very rarely see. You know, it's more sort of pain.
It submission. Is. There are ankle locks that can elicit a great deal of damage.
Yep.
But most ankle locks are pain-based.
With the heel hook, you're tearing your knee. Right? You know?
The dangerous thing about heel hooks is the pain and the damage are often simultaneous. So You're not aware of how bad it is until your ACL tears.
Yep. That's why they're so scary.
It is, yeah. And Greg taking top position after sliding out of that knee bar fairly easily. Approaching the halfway mark at this of this match. Greg retaining that top position in the center. Greg being a little bit more wary of the leg entanglements with Aleks after feeling that X guard entrance. Bringing some 50-50 here. 50-50 is a position that's changed considerably over the past couple of years. You used to see in the EBI those 50-50 shootouts.
Oh yeah,
where it was like a race to see who could get the heel hook more. Now people have started playing, instead of 50-50, they call it 80-20, where you can angle your hips to get a more advantageous position. And now Gregg taking that same X-guard position that we saw from Aleks.
Oh, he's looking for that.
Aleks controlling the head and looking for a darce.
Oh, might have this anaconda. He looked to trap that
arm,
left arm. Oh, he got it.
Oh, wow, very nice. Really nice sub, really nice catch.
Yeah.
And ladies and gentlemen, your winner by anaconda choke, Aleks. And now for our next bout, our first competitor, fighting out of the red corner, representing H2O MMA, Ariane. And her opponent, fighting out of the blue corner, representing Troop MMA, Felicia Mareceau.
All right, back with another women's match here. Ariane dying, also from H2O, being cornered by her boyfriend. And Felicia Mareceau, a true MMA athlete that also trains with Action Reaction. Richard Nanku, monkey in her corner. One of the OGs of Canadian MMA and grappling.
The monkey.
The monkey. Hope he's watching this. He's tough and ugly.
Felicia going for that front headlock, head and arm. Ariane's got that quarter guard locked up.
Felicia's a Pan American no-gi gold and silver medalist. Ariane has a great deal of experience in these types of super fights. And again, from a very, very well-established gym. Boyfriend Steve coming off a great finish earlier in the evening.
Must give you some hype, having your boyfriend compete before you get the win.
So playing this half guard, Felicia threading that darce, as we saw Mandie do as well, as a way to both thread a submission and potentially knee cut pass. I find that in my own game, this leads to front headlock positions and more back takes than it does darce chokes. But it's a great attack, great sequence.
I find once I start passing, they'll come to their knees and I get the front headlock.
Yeah, exactly, and then you can reverse or keep stroking to the back. Felicia working hard to control Ariane's head. That's the key to this position. That space, creating space away from her hips, elongates Ariane's body, makes it harder to get underneath. If Ariane could get to the hips, dive underneath, that's that sweeping position. Damian Maia plays that position very well. Ariane has the underhook.
She's giving that up here.
Yeah, she should look to wrestle, I would think, from that position.
And use that underhook to get up to your feet, at least create a scramble.
See the heavy positional game of Felicia. Just strong body position, not allowing any movement.
Referee setting it back up in the center.
Again, fighter safety, the #1 priority at any of these events.
Yeah, I'd like to see her use that right leg to push on the leg of Ariane.
She got the Alberton on your leg. Just you can swing your knee. That's a knee on top of the bicep next time. Cross face, go over the arms instead.
5 minutes remaining between Felicia Mareceau and Ariane Dang.
Yes.
Looking for almost a Nurmagomedov bar arm. Again, very effective in MMA. Maybe not as effective in jiu-jitsu because you can't punch face. But that Nurmagomedov position, actually, that's not fair. That can break position and lead to back control very easily.
Yep. A lot of guys will start to just panic and kind of fish out of water to get out of there. And
in fact, if Felicia gave a little bit more room to Ariane, she might be able to get her to post up on that arm, which would allow her to trap it. I know, Josh, you've heard me talk about this before, but the idea of giving your opponent some rope to hang themselves, give them a little bit of space to make an error that you can attack. Sometimes a better option than this crushing pressure, especially in a submission-only game where the points don't exist.
that's kind of the whole, chess mentality. We know where they're going to go next, so we're prepared for it.
4 minutes remaining.
The coach, Monkey's telling her to drop that left knee across. Might be able to take the back.
This position is stalled, but I also don't feel like either athlete is stalling. It's just a well-established position. Yeah,
she might get her legs out here.
She will. Yeah, that's it's. Ariane's going to want to try to push that knee and turn her hips to climb, because that quarter mount is not a solid control.
No.
And in fact, it can sometimes lead to openings for opponents. Although my sense of Felicia's game is that she's going to crush and pass.
Yeah.
Crush and pass.
I think she's looking to try and set up that head and arm. She's just waiting for Ariane to lift that arm up, and pop her head underneath.
Adjusting back to the center again. Referee Rob Barham.
3 minutes remaining.
If you're at home watching our stream, we want to thank BJJ Fanatics for sponsoring this event. They're actively working to grow the jiu-jitsu knowledge in the world. We appreciate that. We appreciate being involved with such a great company. Mount now well and firmly established by Felicia. Ariane looking to angle those hips, step that foot over, and pull Felicia back into a half guard.
She's looking to get that scarf, maybe use it to take the back.
Yep, you can see her setting up like almost a gift wrap.
Yep.
That's it. Lift her head off the mats a little more, and then you're going to get that wrist. There, you're already back down.
You know, my sense is when I'm in this position, I almost always try to collapse and fall to the side so I can take the back. But women's bodies are so much more flexible. Sometimes that can lead to women regaining guard. If you remember, Mandie in her match did that quite well.
Yeah. Oh,
as you can see,
the scramble here.
Exactly
is.
What I was.
Ariane coming up on top.
Flexibility is an issue. So Felicia may be making the right choice, being a little bit more stable before attacking. She's got that overhook, which can be a very credible threat towards a triangle. Although Ariane is not really doing a whole lot.
She's got her hands on the mat. One thing we always talk about, right? Keeping her hands on the mat there is dangerous.
It is. It's it's like a fighter dropping his hands.
Yeah.
It's an unsound defensive position. Allows your opponent to take some liberties.
She's corrected it now. She's got the hands in the armpits. She should look the posture up, come down to the hips.
These athletes are all incredible, but it is one of the more obvious comparisons between the black belt athletes and the purple belt athletes. The black belts are making adjustments before the problem is even there. The purple belts kind of fix problems as they show up.
Yep.
And that's no criticism of the athletes. These guys are obviously phenomenal.
We got about 45 seconds here.
You know, Ariane has been on the defensive for most of these 7 minutes. There hasn't been really any credible submission threats, but my sense is that if this goes full-time, Felicia has probably done enough
the decision.
To get that decision, especially if she can start to throw up something.
I like to see her open up this body triangle.
Yeah, body triangle for me is, especially from guard, is a stall position.
Yeah, I agree.
You have to unlock it to attack. So if it's there, you're telling me that you don't want to attack. If I was Ariane, I might sit back and try a double knee reap where you can throw your feet over top. Can sometimes be effective. She's got nothing to lose at this point.
Time.
Go to the judges' decision. See how our very knowledgeable judges call this match.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, for our next bout, our first competitor, fighting out of the red corner, representing Para BJJ, Matt McDonald. And his opponent, fighting out of the blue corner, representing Learn 2 Master Academy, Gabrial Aruja.
Our next match is underway here. We have Matt McDonald from Para BJJ in the red corner, Gabrial Aruja from Learn to Master Academy in the blue. Matt McDonald looking for that snap down front headlock position. They look to drag Gabriel.
Some clinch work from the big boys. Both of these gentlemen own their own academies. Matt McDonald owns
Para
BJJ in Hamilton. Gabriel Learn to Master.
Matt, somebody we're both very familiar with.
Matt is a solid athlete, solid component. Trains at Para Bellum. Gabriel, one of the most competitive heavyweight black belts in the province. There's not a lot of the big boys that want to fight. Both these guys jumped at the chance to go up against a solid opponent. Matt looking for that hip control and threatening the back. Good heavy pressure. I've felt Matt's top pressure is.
It sucks.
It sucks. He moves well for a big guy.
He does.
Matt does a great job balancing between stability and mobility, where he'll crush you and be stable, and then as you try to move, he will outmove you. It's impressive for such a big guy.
Matt established side control here.
Good heavy crushing side control.
Looking for that knee on belly.
Matt's Pan American champion, a world medalist at the blue belt level. Has a win over Cesar Bonilla at our last quintet. Establishing that north-south position, sliding back to side control. As I mentioned earlier, that's you see that more in MMA and no-gi. Transitioning between side control and north-south is a way to avoid wrestling.
Yep.
When your opponent establishes that underhook.
It's basically keeping their shoulders flat on the mat, right?
Exactly. Without providing that opportunity for them to get to their knees and start to threaten some wrestling.
Matt's looking for that front headlock here. Might look for the roll. Nice, takes it back.
Watching big guys like this move smoothly, it's like an optical illusion.
Matt's got his one hook in. Gets both.
Both hooks. He's got one hand trapped, looked to be digging under the chin. He wants to establish that opposite head position. He's floating his head a little bit right now. If he does get under the chin, he's going to want to bury his ear on the opposite side of Gabriel's head. Gabriel doing a good job clearing those grips. Starting to try to turn in. Matt adjusting with him. Good job, Gabriel establishing that angle, and Matt follows up that back again.
I think he knew he was going to lose it there. He readjusted.
Again, back to what I was saying about stability and mobility. He won't stay stuck in a position. Really good body awareness.
Matt just riding that hip.
Just minor electrical issue. What can I get a three-way splitter? Will the venue have something they can do? For what? I have something over there that's not plugged in. I need to plug it in.
So talk to
Gabriel doing a good job of not giving Matt much of an opening here. Matt obviously looking to get his hooks inside.
Or, you know what? So go talk to his gentleman in the leather jacket.
Nice knee cut
So this guy right here,
by Matt McDonald. Gabriel's got that quarter guard locked up. Matt's trying to pass, lifting up on the right tricep of Gabriel, trying to slide that right knee through.
So we saw this position earlier with some Darce chokes being used as a way to threaten that pass. Matt electing for that solid chin pressure with the same result. That he's able to clear the foot and establish mount.
Just over 3 minutes remaining.
And as we've talked about in each of these matches, mount perhaps less meaningful in no-gi than it is in gi, jiu-jitsu, or MMA. Both of which have some weapons available that are simply not there in no-gi. Gabriel establishing that quarter guard. Although he's angling the wrong way, angling towards the leg once you've established the foot it can be problematic. I'd really like to see him start to try to get that into a full half guard and start to get angled to the other side. If he stays here, there's a chance he gives up his back to Matt. If Matt can start to wedge up behind that shoulder.
Bring his right leg up towards his head.
Exactly. Matt originally trained with Atos before opening his own facility, and Atos has some great back retention drills. Great back retention game. See if any of that shows up for Matty tonight.
2 minutes remaining. This has been a Matt McDonald offensive barrage here. Gabriel's been on the D pretty much this whole match. He's going to look to do something here and get some offense going in this final just over a minute and a half. Matt's going to continue to do what he's doing and look for that finish. Again, using that knee cut really, really effectively, keeping his weight, making Gabriel carry his weight.
You can see Matt resting his weight across the breadth of Gabriel's hips.
Yeah.
This is another good way to control your opponent's back when you don't have full hooks in.
He's controlling that far ankle now. It's an old wrestling tactic.
Yeah.
We got 1 minute left here.
Matt, very solid passing game. You can see Gabriel playing that wide open guard and Matt passing to threatening the back. Less than 1 minute remaining in regulation time. And there is no overtime, so that will be the end of the match. Matt with the classic Marcelo Garcia harness grip. I can tell by the way Gabriel's defending his back that he plays a great deal of gi. It's more of a gi style protection, protecting against the lapels, probably ingrained habitually.
Knee on belly again. 20 seconds.
Does Matt have time here to finish this Kimura? My sense is that Gabriel probably commit to just being defensive and holding on so he doesn't get submitted.
Trying to just put that squeeze on him to finish him off. Oh, nice try. It's going to the judges' scorecard. And I would imagine, Matt McDonald will come out the victor.
Sit first, then you stand. Steps.
And your winner, fighting out of the red corner, Matt McDonald. And for our next bout, our first contestant, fighting out of the red corner, representing large martial arts, Large. And his opponent, fighting out of the blue corner, representing King Jiu-Jitsu, Gregg King.
So Gregg King versus Mike Large. Mike Large brought a huge contingent of his students. He owns Large Martial Arts in Georgetown. Gregg King has competed for us a number of times. Very well established black belt, very competitive black belts. Also owns his own academy, King Jiu-Jitsu. Really excited about this matchup.
Whoa.
Immediately into the action.
Large is coming in hot.
Large has a wrestling background.
You can tell right away.
Yeah, I like that. I like jiu-jitsu that's influenced by wrestling first. You tend to get
Agreed.
aggression. I got you, buddy.
Some of that intensity almost spilled over on us here. Having to save the referee.
I like Mike. He's a good dude.
pressure. He wants to smash you.
Her last event, Gregg had a great match with my business partner, your coach, Lyndon Whitlock. Lyndon commented on the unbelievable grip strength that Gregg had. He compared it to a bricklayer.
Yeah.
Just man hands. You see that from athletes that have spent years grappling. Mike also clearly a very powerful man. Really great community at both gyms.
See, Mike Large's corner got another OG in the MMA world, Justin Bruckman.
One of my favorites too. I like when I see jiu-jitsu that resembles a combat sport.
Yeah.
Making it physical. If you can make it physical and retain the technical aspect, that's my favorite.
You can definitely see the wrestlers that transition over into grappling or mixed martial arts. They just bring that different level of intensity.
It's true. You're one of the few people that I know that didn't have a wrestling background that was still able to bring that level of intensity to both jiu-jitsu and MMA. I don't like complimenting you, but it's true.
Very rarely, eh?
Good job, Gregg. Yeah, good. Let's pull, man. He can't pass you. Let's pull with some control.
Both guys looking to establish some physicality.
He's tired. Greg, go to your game.
Good. Nice drive. Gregg doing a great job getting his hips back.
Yeah. Good job by Gregg for his awareness there, too, to circle off and kind of create an angle. You won't see one right off the stage.
Yeah. Well, that's a bit of a drop.
Gregg's corner saying, don't engage in the wrestling. Stick to your game.
Of course, that's good advice. I talk to my athletes about that, choosing which battles to engage in.
Sometimes you get drawn into that firefight of, throws him a nice triangle.
Nice triangle from Gregg King. And you can see Mike is stuck there on the side.
That's a tap. Got it. Beautiful triangle.
Really nice finish. Really slick finish for Gregg King.
Well, he listened to his corner and it paid off.
Yeah, it did. Really good advice from the corner, and that did pay off listening to him. Great performance for Gregg King. Not a bad performance for Mike Large either.
And ladies and gentlemen, your winner by triangle choke. Out of the blue corner, Gregg King. And now for our next fight. Fighting out of the red corner, Jamaal reaches. His opponent, fighting out of the blue corner, representing Para BJJ, Kyle Willrich.
So an interesting matchup here. Kyle Willrich is a black belt but does not compete a whole lot. Jamaal Richards is a purple belt but competes almost constantly. In fact, took this match on about 6 hours notice. He messaged me yesterday and said, Rory, if anybody falls off this card, I want on.
Oh, nice double leg.
Jamaal, very good wrestler. Actually competed on our wrestling show, Para Bellum Quintet III, and scored a win over Anthony Romero, which is very impressive. So I'm curious to see how this plays out. Kyle, very tricky jiu-jitsu player. Jamaal, more heavily a wrestler.
Rolled with Kyle many times at Bora. Like you said, very, very tricky.
Yeah, tough too. Tough too.
Pressure on the front leg. Pressure that front leg. Good.
One of those unassuming jiu-jitsu guys that kind of look like you might want to take their lunch money, but then will ruin your day 100 different ways.
Absolutely.
Working for that toe hold, theme that we've seen a number of times tonight. Yeah, not my favorite of the footsies to play. Low percentage. These guys playing kind of weak 50-50.
Obviously, I know you love the heel hooks and whatnot, but if you can't do toe holds, what would next? Straight ankle lock you'd rather?
I like straight ankle locks, but again, as you commented, that can oftentimes just be a pain-based submission.
Yep.
I found myself favoring crushers and knee bars because you're able to threaten the knee, but just without the rotation.
I think it's a bigger limb to control as well.
It is.
Right, so.
As I evolve in jiu-jitsu, I find myself favoring strangles more and more because it takes toughness and flexibility totally out of the equation. It's just shutting that carotid off.
You can only tough it out until you're unconscious.
The strongest willed person on earth is still going to be asleep in 5 seconds. Again, that toe hold, Kyle very aware of it, and curling those toes to prevent. Still playing this kind of weak 50-50.
Using kind of like a can opener almost, just to
control the head. It's not a bad idea. It keeps from extending out. It does put your arm in play. I saw a really cool arm bar from Dean Lister.
I was looking at
that knee bar.
Yeah.
Kyle clearly the more comfortable athlete playing with leg locks. I've rolled with Kyle as well, and he has some of the most flexible ankles of anybody I've ever rolled with. And he genuinely said one time, "Put me in an ankle lock. I won't defend and see if you can finish it." And I couldn't do it, which isn't common.
There's no bones in there.
No, he's just
Gumby ankle.
His sole of his foot can hit his calf. We have 5 minutes left. Still stuck in this 50-50 position. This is another reason I'm not a huge fan of this. It tends to be something you need to be constantly aware of your opponent's attacks. You can't really commit to your own, so we end up having these kind of stalled out 50-50 stalemates, Mexican standoff, where both athletes have kind of valuable threats, but they can't commit to them because they're defending their opponent's equally credible threat.
I think it's where, like, if heel hooks were allowed, it would kind of.
Then it becomes a quick draw.
Yeah.
And it's whoever hates their ACL more, commit to it.
Crisscross 50-50.
Kyle looking again to extend that right leg of Jamaal.
Disadvantage that Kyle has here is that he's shorter than Jamaal by quite a bit.
Yeah.
And the leg locks always favor the taller opponent, offensively and defensively. Just be tough to get the amount of leverage you need on a leg when your body's so much shorter than their leg is.
I have that problem.
You resemble that comment.
Just about 3.5 minutes remaining. A very even match so far.
Para Bellum Quintet is, of course, named after my home gym, Para Bellum MMA.
Oh. Kyle looking for that knee bar.
Not isolating, again, and that's the problem with a shorter opponent. You can't isolate the hip and be all the way down at the ankle at the same time. So an athletic, fairly aware athlete is able to slide out quite easily. These wonderful rash guards made by a local company under the gi. All locally sourced labor, and the rash guards themselves are made from plastic pulled out of the ocean. So a local company making a global impact.
I say nothing but good things about Under the Gi. They've done my fight shorts for the last couple of fights, and they've been awesome.
Good people, good people. Kat and David are sweethearts. Kyle, co-owner of Bora BJJ with Matt McDonald, who we just saw win against Gabrial Aruja. Matt in Kyle's corner now. Matt imploring Kyle to go for it, saying the fatigue is shared by Jamaal, your opponent. And again, this is a good example of where Purple Belt is not doing quite as good a job addressing that knee shield as we saw some of the more advanced grapplers in the quintet do, and Kyle able to progress and actually threaten a little.
He's going for that toe hold now, Jamaal. Both guys rolling.
But as I said, Kyle's ankle is extremely flexible.
You can see it.
Yeah, it's like there's no ligaments in them. He said, "Have at it, Haas," and Jamaal sharing my frustration. Gumby ankles.
Kyle pushing the pace now.
Yeah, Kyle genuinely being the more. That's a throw invented by my wrestling coach in university, Canadian Olympian Doug Cox. It's a modified overhook throw, and Jamaal set that up on Anthony Romero. Really nice throw, but again, in submission-only jiu-jitsu,
looks great.
It looks great, but you just landed in the guard of black belt, so maybe not the most strategically sound choice, but certainly an impressive toss. Approaching the final minutes of this super fight between Jamaal Richey, Kyle Willrich.
Push. You got 1 minute. Let's go. Give it all you got. Yes.
Credit to Jamaal for making this match against a black belt so competitive. You see Jamaal's wrestling background also favoring him in athleticism.
Yeah.
This longer match, he doesn't seem any less fresh than he was at the start, although he may want to move on to something other than that ankle lock.
Stay up. Let's go. Attack that foot. Do something.
Final 20 seconds. Short time decisions. Let's see if we can maybe catch a sub on the way out the door.
Kyle looking to attack that knee bar again. Oh.
Ten-second complicated leg entanglement. Unlikely anything will develop in the short time that's left.
Oh. A little bit.
Oh.
Nice try.
I may have spoke too soon. That was almost a knee bar.
I like how he reached around.
Let's see how the refs score this.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, your winner by referee decision, fighting out of the red corner, Jamaal.
This is a match that I've been probably the most anticipated for, though. Just because I know both these guys. We both do.
It's crazy. Jeff Johnson in Ryan Dixon's corner was my very first introduction to MMA.
Yeah.
Matt McDonald and Mike Malott, as we said, trains with us. Mike and Ryan have both trained with us at Para Bellum.
Yeah. That's why I was so interested to see this one go down.
Really interesting stuff going on here.
Oh.
Eye poke right off the.
Not how we want to start this one off.
Got three seconds in for an eye poke.
Mikey looks like he's shaking it off, and he's back at it.
So Ryan Dixon, a black belt under Jeff Johnson. Mike Malott, brown belt. Mike, Canadian kid that has moved down to
Sacramento.
Team Alpha Male.
Yeah, he's actually established himself as a coach out there now.
Seen him in the corner of Cody Garbrandt.
Cody and Uriah.
Yeah.
A whole bunch of guys out there.
That's right, yeah.
Yeah, he's doing very well.
We've got a couple of really experienced martial artists on the stage right now. Fighters, jiu-jitsu players.
I like this because these guys are both phenomenal grapplers, but they're both, either former MMA fighters. So I like to see that and see how it kind of plays out.
Scrappier, right? It's
yeah.
tougher. See both guys a little bit more willing to engage in wrestling. Oh, nice outside trip from Mike Malott. A beautiful, beautiful drop throw setup.
Right into side control.
Right into side control. Got that weight committed on the outside leg and collapsed over it. Textbook. Restarting the center with that established side control. Ryan's already done a good job establishing wedges. Into the chin and in that hip. He's going to want to get off his shoulder blades.
Oh, Mike will just step over.
Step over. If Ryan clears that leg, there's a reverse arm triangle there for Mike, which he was almost setting up.
Looking for that Dars.
Mike's got those long arms, and he is a strong kid.
Very strong. He's looking at maybe transition that guillotine.
Chaining these
top side guillotine.
Yep.
He's got. Oh, good job from Ryan.
I prefer one.
You like the one arm,
I
eh?
do. I find that two-handed mounted guillotines gives too much space to hand fight, as you saw with Ryan there.
Use your hips more so than your arms.
Another sort of a steamer walk. We've seen that show up quite a bit tonight. That's a fairly exotic submission, and I think I've seen at least 4 or 5 attempts tonight alone, which is kind of cool to see how the sport is evolving.
Nice pass by Malott. He's looking to control that chin. You can tell it's an old wrestling move right there.
Good basic principle of wrestling.
But Ryan does a good job to get back to his feet.
Between these two guys, you're probably looking at 20 plus fights. Enormous amount of grappling experience, enormous amount of wrestling experience. This is a very compelling matchup.
Very.
There's that, tried that drop throw again, maybe telegraphed it a bit. Ryan's able to get his weight off that foot.
Ryan's looking for that head and arm. See if he looks to maybe snap down or use it as a throw.
Yeah, Ryan should be pulling in this position, not pushing. That front headlock, if you push, it actually loads your opponent up a little. 5 minutes remaining. More wrestling heavy bout than we've seen from most of our other matches this evening.
Definitely not complaining.
No, I like this.
I like this.
Physical match. And having trained with both of these guys, they're both strong guys. They're both difficult to deal with physically, and on top of that are also very good grapplers.
It's crazy to think Mike used to fight at 145.
Yeah. Oh my God. Yeah, he walks around about 185, 190 now. So you get that man weight.
Oh, Ryan.
Uchimata
Nice try.
From Ryan's playing way outside on his wrestling. I don't like how he's diving at the hips, and that Uchimata was a little bit close to the knee, where I'd prefer to see it at the hip.
At the hip, yeah.
Mike being a little bit more patient, but seems to commit to more relevant choices. Aggressive head control, aggressive head position. You guys might have a couple of scrapes and bruises tomorrow on their face. MMA fighters not afraid of that though. And both guys very ugly.
Just hideous.
Can't wait till they see this tomorrow on BJJ Fanatics.
I told Mike I was going to make fun of him on here anyway. So
nice,
nice,
very nice, really nice sequence from Mike. You know, entered the single at the knee and was able to elevate it. Was not able to establish any control, but
good scramble up from Ryan.
Yeah, great athlete. Again, Ryan.
Oh, nice.
Ryan not doing nearly
not committing
enough
on that.
To set
No.
up those shots. And against a competitor like Mike, you know, you're better off to be patient than you are to dive at
Like you seen that, stuffed it, and
just
used his force against him. Ended up on his back. Now he's in full guard.
Of course, that can lead to guillotines and back takes with those outside shots.
Mike's looking to pass here, controlling those legs. Nice
athletic pass. Yeah.
It's kind of almost a knee cut kind of.
No-gi
baseball slide.
Yeah.
Through. Yep.
It's cool.
And looking to attack that left arm.
Again, Ryan doing a good job maintaining angles that take those arms away. Back to this north-south position we talked about tonight.
Oh.
Guillotine.
Ryan's fighting the hands well. Good. Nice back
Got
take by Mike.
Yeah, really good flow by Mike. attacking the jaw. Again, I'd like to see his head buried a little bit deeper. Yeah.
He gets it.
He
Nice.
gets it. Ryan buried the jaw, but when that lock gets gripped in, it's tap, snap, or nap, as they say. Great performance by both athletes.
Gentlemen, it's time to get rowdy. This is your co-main event of the evening. Our first fighter, he's fighting out of the red corner, representing Niagara, BJJ, Scott Jutrell.
So our co-main event of the evening, we have Para Bellum Quintet veteran Scott Jutrell taking on Ontario Canadian legend Andrew McInnes. Been around for years. Kind of comes and goes in the scene, but always a dangerous guy.
Yep. He was always known as MMA fighter as well, and known for his amazing jiu-jitsu in the cage.
Yeah, for sure. As the fastest unconscious submission in MMA history.
Is that right?
13 seconds.
Wow.
Which is
13 seconds to put him to sleep.
Yeah.
Wow.
To get the submission, walk it in, and have him be unconscious.
Guillotine or something, I imagine.
You know what? I don't know what it actually was.
Impressive, regardless.
Guillotine, maybe a triangle. You could hit something like that quick too. Both lanky guys. Scott recently competed against Canadian phenom Dante Leon. Both guys very flexible. He's really creative. I'm curious to see what they bring to the table tonight.
Kind of resemble each other quite a bit, right?
They do. I was thinking that even their game is kind of similar.
That matchmaker, right? Jeez.
He's the best. just the pro.
Scott looking to come up, maybe get a sweep out of this. Nope. McInnes puts him back down.
Deep overhook for Scott. That can be a great setup. That's one of my favorite positions to start from. Building towards triangles, building towards Kamaras.
I know you love that one. Guys put their hands on the mat. You get the overhook, and then you start working from there. Right?
That's a trigger position to attack for me. Andrew wants to pull Scott's shoulder towards his hip. He wants to keep that shoulder blade flat and not allow Scott to start to angle towards the free arm. Looks to be doing a good job of that. Scott, nice transition to, this is called the double bag rubber guard. In lieu of controlling the hip, he's elected to control both legs. Starting to frame up into New York. Andrew trying to make Scott carry the weight of his own body, which can sometimes compromise flexibility, can compromise mobility, and if you start to try to adjust into one of those omoplata attacks that's available there, you will slide off the body. So not a bad strategy, although it can cause some attrition in terms of energy for the athlete carrying the weight as well.
Carrying that weight, yeah.
Could sometimes be some interesting leg lock entrances from these standing guard positions. Scott, affiliate of Cicero, Costha, and Action Reaction, the team will be seeing taking on Tristar in the final, and using a very similar guard underhook attack to sweep and threaten that position. You can see the impact of the coaching from those teams.
Do you find it's efficient with still being in full guard like that, reaching around and grabbing the leg?
I'm not crazy about it.
Yeah.
I find that's more effective attack in gi.
Yeah.
I don't think it leads to anything other than maybe a sweep in no gi, and a good athlete, you're not even going to get that. Coming back to that rubber guard position. Again, as I mentioned earlier, the double bag can be a great way to prevent posturing, but it rarely affords you the ability to create the angles that you need to submit.
Yeah, I feel like it would do more hindrance than you're more defensive than anything.
Yes. Now, climbing to this position,
This
he
is
can get
different.
his elbow onto the other side. That's called an invisible collar.
Eddie Bravo style.
Eddie Bravo style. Andrew, I've seen him play a lot of rubber guard as well, so he's not going to be making errors in those positions. See Andrew posting his knuckles on the mat right next to Scott's head to prevent an angle change. That's a really positionally aware choice.
Also used like to kind of defend a triangle as well, right?
Absolutely, absolutely. For the same reason, it prevents cutting the corner.
Right. We're back to that same position here. He's going for it. Oh.
3 minutes remaining in this position. Scott maintaining a fairly consistent rate of attack throughout the first 5 minutes of this match. I feel like Andrew's been on the defensive.
In top position, but not really much offense coming from Andrew.
As you said, when you get two guys that are physically matched up this way, that can sometimes negate some of your better tricks.
Sometimes it can be. I've been here before. It can be very frustrating being on top when a guy, kind of locks up his guard here, and there's not many opportunities to scramble or try to get through or break the guard or sweep.
In this style format, I would hope to see guys open up more and attack more, because there are no points. There is no value in stalling. And in fact, I would agree with Tony Isaac's call right now of stalling. Off your phone.
Referees starting them back in the center here. We got 2 minutes left.
Two minutes remaining.
Again, Scott's looking for that from the guard position, trying to attack the leg of Andrew.
Scott has Gringo and Monkey in his corner, two outstanding coaches. Anybody should feel good with those guys cornering them.
You can see the frustration starting to build in Andrew's face here in his actions.
You can see how flexible he is too. Wow, look at that.
Yeah, crazy.
And even the willingness to put the leg in that position where your opponent's weight can start to drop on it, which Scott's doing right now, and not be concerned, is
look at this.
He knows he's flexible. Wow, that's some creative entrances.
Hurting me just watching this.
Some of these jiu-jitsu guys, though, they play through these positions so consistently. They know the mechanics of their own body, and it's not. You and I might lose our ACLs, but they're fine.
Yep. We got 45 seconds here.
.30 seconds remaining.
You might see Andrew just kind of go for broke here and go for something.
Just to score some points with the judges, even just to give those credible submission attempts. Last 10 seconds, if we catch something in the last 10.
And that's the match.
Representing MTC Windsor and Tecumseh, BJJ, TJ Laramie.
We got a cool style versus style matchup here. Steve Sims, one of the most decorated black belts competing in Canada. TJ Laramie, a young MMA prospect, might see in the UFC promotion before too much longer.
Yeah, this is another one I've been really looking forward to. Train with both these guys as well.
Yeah, I've competed against Steve. Never had the opportunity to train with TJ, but I've seen all of his fights. TJ competes at 145, but walks around much heavier, cuts a lot of weight. So this match is taking place at 170. So if you've seen TJ fight, you might not be used to seeing those legs.
Oh, he's very thick, strong.
Both these guys are very powerful. Steve black belt, TJ brown belt, but oftentimes with MMA fighters, the belt levels aren't commensurate with their skill.
Especially a lot of them don't come from a gi background, right?
Exactly, and there isn't nearly as many opportunities, as you know, to get promoted as an MMA fighter or no gi athlete.
Nice ball.
Great wrestling. Great wrestling from Steve. TJ's wrestling is solid.
Nice roll by TJ.
Really active match.
Very good scramble. 1 minute in.
Steve looking to apply that head and shoulder pressure to flatten TJ out. Pinning positions, it's something you've heard me say, both shoulder blades flat on the mat is a losing position. Or the worst version of whatever position you're in. Steve driving that shoulder into the chin, using that strong body weight. Not allowing TJ any room to move here, any room to improve position.
TJ in that half guard looking to.
TJ needs to get a frame or an underhook with that right arm, or maybe underhook that far leg and start to pull his head closer to the hip. This extended position.
He's kind of caught in the middle right now.
Either option would be there. Yeah, you can see him starting to work for that underhook. Steve doing a really good job kind of floating between the two controls and preventing TJ from either underhooking or getting that leg and pulling his head closer to the knee. 5 minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Give a shout out to one of our favorite sponsors, Skintricate Tattoos. I've got some of their work on me. So is my dad, so are my business partners. They are great artists and very okay people.
Elevate his leg. Lock down, elevate.
TJ's calling for a lockdown.
That half guard lockdown, if you could get the left leg under Steve's foot, you could actually extend the leg out and start to control the hip.
The hip, yeah. We haven't seen that much tonight at all, actually.
We haven't. Most of the half guard tonight has been an open half guard. As we were talking earlier about Eddie Cummins' variation. Steve forcing past that guard.
Yeah. TJ looking to pick his spots here, when to frame out, try to create some space, look to turn his hips towards Sims.
Steve has that old school jiu-jitsu mentality where he's going to crush you and break you and submit you when you quit. Although with TJ, you know, he's
mentally
a tough kid.
too.
Yeah, really tough, really resilient kid. And you know, being an MMA fighter, jiu-jitsu pressure isn't as threatening.
When you're getting punched in the face, it's a little worse. Oh, nice roll.
Really nice, really nice. Steve looking to establish those hooks. Extend TJ's body.
Nice scramble by TJ.
Really nice reversal.
Beautiful.
TJ. You can see that. I'm impressed. Even when TJ's a little bit heavier, he still moves like a featherweight.
Like a featherweight, yeah.
Yeah.
TJ looking now with a rubber guard.
Again, everybody that's played rubber guard tonight has not paid enough attention to that hip. It's not a threatening position if you can't maintain the distance to attack. And if you don't control the hip, a smart opponent will just be able to pressure. See if TJ can make that adjustment. See Steve's hips climbing, and you can see as soon as he puts that forward pressure without the ability to move the hips, you kind of have to acquiesce and return to a closed guard. When I teach rubber guard, I start with the hip and then we climb to the control. You see a lot of people that when they
jump right to it.
Exactly. 3 minutes remaining. Of course, after this match, we have our main event, quintet final between Cicero, Costha, and Tristar. Two incredible performances leading up to that final. Really looking forward to seeing how that plays out.
TJ in full guard here. Both guys being patient.
Patient, passive. May see a passivity call here. You can see the referee offering a warning.
He just offered a warning action on top, so look for Steve to.
I do like when the referees are a little bit more communicative with the athletes. You see,
absolutely,
you see positional changes, right? And I would always rather the athlete be the one that determines the.
There's that rubber guard again, TJ.
No, and again, no hip control, and now Steve's kind of killed that outside foot.
And he's going to pass.
Yep.
At least down to half guard here. We got 2 minutes remaining. 2 minutes. TJ keeping his hands on Steve's hips, trying to keep him away. Steve's trying to pry out his leg, trying to pass.
Thank you. Worked hard for this, man. I love your side.
Approaching the final 90 seconds of this match. Again, this is the position that his coach was talking about earlier with that lockdown. If he could slide that foot underneath, but again, Steve really aware, good hips, changing that angle.
He's almost completely past that half guard now. He's in a quarter guard here.
Yep. You can see that pressure. Steve seems to be upping the intensity here.
Coming into the final minute here. I think both guys are going to look to just explode.
They should. It's always nerve-wracking leaving a decision to judges that may not have seen it the same way that you did.
Especially in a match that's pretty close. Nobody's been really threatened for a submission here at all.
It's been a very positional game.
I had a feeling it would be coming into it, just both guys' backgrounds and their styles and their body types too.
Of course, yeah. I was kind of thinking that the wrestling might negate each other. Moving close to the edge here.
Stop. Center of the mat, side control.
Starting in the center. 25 seconds in that side control position. I think you see TJ look to explode, trying to create a scramble here. It locks up that half guard again.
So, these are again 5-minute intermission.
Steve looking to go to the full mount. And that's the match.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for the finale to Para Bellum Quintet III. Our first team to compete, please make some noise for Team Cicero Costha. And now, ladies and gentlemen, another big round of applause for their opponents. Team Tristar Montreal.
All right, welcome back, folks. We have our main event team championship between Cicero Costha and Tristar Montreal. First matchup, we have Shaquille Samedi from Action Reaction Cicero Costha taking on Javad Mahood, the Iranian Olympian. So Shaquille is actually on this team the only Canadian. I shouldn't say the only Canadian, but he is born and raised in Canada, with the rest of the team being comprised of Brazilian expats that have moved to Canada, and that says a lot about the quality of his jiu-jitsu. That the rest of the team were ringers that are brought in, and he is a local guy that's quite skilled.
The only homebred Canuck.
Exactly. And Javad, as we mentioned earlier, really interesting guy. Really interesting opponent.
It's a polar bear.
Yeah. Javad actually, between matches, if you watch the earlier match where he walked off the stage with David Garmo in a guillotine, he apologized to me and said he couldn't actually see where the edge of the stage was.
That makes sense.
Because he was lifting his head to relieve pressure from the guillotine. And I appreciated him being honorable enough to apologize and explain the situation.
Sometimes in the heat of the action, you just do whatever you can.
Just reacting, right?
Yeah.
But the ref made the right call, and I don't think it impacted the match.
No.
Shaquille coming back to that same position we've seen from Cicero Costha a great deal, that closed guard with the outside underhook. Shaquille had on our last show an amazing match against Urgis Sajeda, who recently won the World Championships at Purple Belt.
Now, in wrestling, you know, a smaller guy going against a bigger guy usually doesn't happen because of weight classes.
Yes.
But say in training, you know, they always say, you know, touch and go. Don't, you know, lock up and clinch with a bigger guy. In jiu-jitsu, you know, what would you say to the smaller guy against, you know, a
the
big man like this.
The smaller guy in this situation, you want to avoid pinning. I mean, I understand Shaquille's reluctance to wrestle a guy like Javad.
Yep.
But at the same time, pulling guard, you really have to stay mobile. You really have to stay mobile. As soon as you get a big guy with that kind of experience on a heavy top position, you're just in for a nightmare. You even think about TJ and Steve Sims that we just saw, where there was an equal weight, and TJ was really uncomfortable there for a couple of minutes.
And this match is 4 minutes because of the...
Shaquille electing for the 4 minutes length of match, giving up over 44 pounds of weight. And as we said earlier, if the smaller athlete elects for the 8-minute match, they may be trying to submit, and the 4-minute match, the strategy may be to
just take him out with you,
to survive and eliminate a dangerous opponent.
Again, this is where that strategy, the quintet, comes into play.
One of my favorite things about the format, it becomes a genuine chess game with different pieces and different ways to play them.
Kind of may have to sacrifice a pawn to take a rook out.
Exactly.
Or, you know.
And from a coaching standpoint, this is something I find fascinating. I find just the intellectual exercise of it is really exciting. See the entire Tristar team, the entire Cicero Costha team, crowding the corners, encouraging their teammates. Last minute of action here. Shaquille doing a really good job staying mobile and offering credible threats on the big man, and not just playing for a stall or a drop.
Again, here's that same position we talked about.
Yep.
Now he's switching off differently here. Oh, nice sweep from it.
Yep.
He's still on the bottom.
30 seconds left. My sense from the first two matches that we saw is that Cicero is slow playing these matches and being very patient, where Tristar is shotgunning submission attempts. 15 seconds. Again, one of the problems with these toe holds is when there's a power discrepancy like this. I mean, you're fighting the strength of his leg, as well as the strength of the ligaments.
I don't think we haven't seen one finished yet.
From Cicero?
A toe hold, yeah.
No, we've seen, that's probably the 20th toe hold attempt we've seen tonight, not a single finish.
Not a finish.
Put him on the shelf, boys.
Ladies and gentlemen, since neither fighter was able to achieve a submission, both fighters have been eliminated.
Zahabi taking the stage for Tristar against Fausto Godoy for Cicero Costha.
It was Eamon's first time on the mat. He didn't get to compete last time.
It's actually, he was mentioning in one of his interviews, this is his first time competing in submission grappling. He's a current UFC fighter, brother of Firas Zahabi and one of the head coaches at Tristar. Both of these teams have such an enormous amount of resources at their disposal in terms of quality training partners and quality coaches. I love seeing how this plays out over a team philosophy as opposed to individual performances. And you are seeing that develop over the course of the night.
And we're back to the 8-minute match here.
This actually may be close to that 40-pound difference. I know
it's got to be close, yeah.
Is 210,
and Eamon fights at 135 in the
UFC, so depending what he walks around at, he may have elected for the longer match. If he thinks he has a chance of catching Fausto,
and maybe getting him fatigued and take him to deep waters.
Especially because this is Eamon's first match tonight. He's not dealing with any kind of attrition. A little low on the leg. Same thing, looking for that toe hold. Got to be careful committing too hard to those leg locks. You may end up giving up your back. Fausto makes a good adjustment. Need your hips above the joint that you are attacking, not on it or below it. No leverage in that position.
It'd be the same as attacking an armbar below the elbow.
Exactly. Right? With leg locks, there can sometimes be an emotional reaction from opponents where they may overreact. So not a terrible strategy attacking it. Eamon doing a good job controlling the legs of Fausto. Looking to circle and control without giving up any of the De La Hiva positions that Cicero Costha really enjoys. Playing those inversions. See how dangerous it is to step between the guard of any of these Cicero players. Oh,
right into that omoplata position.
Right into that omoplata position.
He's controlling the hip.
He is. This is, as we talked about earlier, maybe not the strongest submission, but can often lead to positional improvements.
Right. Oh, switching off to nice scramble. Tried to switch off to a knee bar there. It looked like.
Yep. We're 0 for 25 on toe hooks for this evening.
Yeah. I think that's what you're seeing. Like, some of the guys usually go for those heel hooks, but they're just resorting to toe hooks because that's all there's.
There's also sometimes a sense that you can grab the toe and roll through, and it looks like a submission attempt to the judges without really putting yourself in any harm. Oh, Fausto looking for an interesting variation of that knee bar, almost like an arm crush.
He's trying to work his way down the leg here.
Yeah, getting those hips above the knee, like we talked about, is a credible place to attack. You can see Ethan, Oliver, and Pierre in the corner yelling leg lock advice to Eamon. Eamon's focus, of course, on MMA as a UFC fighter. The other athletes on the team are almost entirely grappling-based combat athletes. 5 minutes remaining in this match. Really mobile hips from Fausto.
He was doing a good job of throwing him side to side and trying to create that pass, but Costha does a good job of bringing his legs back inside.
Yeah, anytime that Eamon actually does commit to try to step around the legs, he ends up in a leg entanglement or that omoplata, where you can see that Fausto may be setting traps with how his hips are moving.
Yeah, right there.
Yeah, he's got really solid three-dimensional movement, inverting as well as pivoting side to side. Really good hip movement. You can see why Fausto is the number 2 rated brown belt in the world at his weight. Nice knee cut pass from Eamon. Very nice.
Nice back take.
Excellent job. Oh, and Fausto, those high level guys, man, they know exactly what's coming next. He did a great job getting those elbows in his hips, clearing the hooks and getting to a neutral position.
Just under 4 minutes left here.
Team trophy and individual trophies for each of the guys. I don't know if there's a protocol of one who whoever wins okay. I'll ask after. Back into a wrestling position. And the size difference between the two men is more prevalent when you see them on their feet.
Yeah, you can definitely.
Fausto
Eamon being the much smaller man.
Yeah, Fausto not engaging at all in the wrestling though, electing to pull guard.
Yeah.
Even if you are a guard player, it can sometimes benefit you to work your opponent in wrestling, make them tire themselves out, make them carry your weight, and then start to put them in positions where you can threaten submissions.
So, as your own opinion, as a referee seeing this, Eamon's trying to pass. He's not having that much success, but he's trying to. He's pushing the pace. Whereas Fausto's on his back. If this went to a decision, who's the judges going to look to?
So that's a tough call. In my opinion, I think Fausto has been probably a little bit more active in terms of submissions, where Eamon might be more active in terms of positional attack. Okay. In this type of competition, we favor the attempt to submit. Right? We don't play chess to collect pieces. We play chess to kill the king.
Attacking that arm.
Attacking that arm, rolling out. Did a good job freeing that shoulder. And you can see sometimes that gi players will not elicit the same type of control over joints in transition because they're used to having the gi as a way to control that movement. I think that may have been what you just saw there.
That's why I love the no-gi game so much more. You know, the gi is great. It's so technical, but it does slow things down. The no-gi,
it's a different game and a different sport. There's beautiful things about both.
Yep.
Good job by Tony to keep the two athletes safe and in the center.
We got under 2 minutes here.
Bora, moleque. Vem, puxa em não vai puxar,
Nice shot by Eamon. Wow. Very nice single leg. Fausto, though, with I think it's his hip and leg flexibility that allows him to move so fluidly into these positions.
Yeah.
Less than 90 seconds left on the clock. Eamon settling into Fausto's guard.
Bora, Fausto, lá, só vai você, moleque. 1 minuto. Vai nessa perna aí, se bola na perna. Bola nessa perna aí, vai, último minuto.
It's a bit of a dead guard position. I might be chastising Eamon for passivity.
Fausto's going for that knee bar again.
But again, you know,
below the knee.
Below the knee doesn't really strike me as anything more than an attempt to score points and to remain active, of course. 30 seconds remaining. See Eamon gesturing to Fausto. Not impressed with the passivity. Tony warning Fausto. Oh, nice flying arm. Whoa, 5 seconds left. Oh.
Nice roll out from Eamon.
Wow.
Great finish.
Wow, really cool, guys. Show of respect between the athletes after the match. There was a nice attempt by Fausto in a short time.
Yep.
I actually thought he had that arm for a second.
Ladies and gentlemen, since neither fighter was able to obtain a submission, both fighters have been eliminated.
All right, up next we have Ethan Krolenston versus Fabricio Barbarati. These men look to be roughly of equal size. Fabricio a black belt, Ethan a brown belt. Fabricio threatening some leg entanglements. Ethan replying in turn.
É a passagem pra costa. Não tá pra braço, não tá pra baixo. Entra e sai. Empurra ele.
Oh, another jumping triangle attempt. Cicero more aggressive this round than they were in the first round.
Made it to the finale now. Let it all out.
Time to open up the throttle a little bit. Trying to reap over that hip, but Ethan has his knee.
Oh. And now again, going for that knee bar. Looked like he was in the right position for a second there.
Yeah, but Ethan made a good adjustment with the hip. And again, as I said, these both of these teams very familiar with leg locks. You see on Team Tristar, Scramble has a sponsored Team Tristar, great company. Leg triangle on the outside for Fabricio. Still looking to find some of those isolations, those toe holds.
Nice roll. Oh.
Very nice, very nice. Again, whenever you see those types of anytime you see those types of leg entanglements, there's the possibility for both athletes to progress. Referee Tony Isaacs electing to start the athletes back standing since he didn't feel that a solid position had been established. I wasn't able to see the finish of that move when Tony asked for action to stop. Team Tristar certainly not happy. Either pulling to that half butterfly guard, looking to invert up. Again, we saw Aleks Veselic earlier in the evening hit that beautiful inside Sengaku entrance from that modified half butterfly. Ethan transitioned to a top position.
That was nice.
That was really nice. Did a good job keeping heavy hips on those legs to prevent Fabricio from inverting out.
5 minutes left in the third match.
Neither team carrying any
penalties or submissions so far.
Ethan settling into mount. Restarting the center in that solid mount position. As we commented every time this popped up tonight, solid position to control, not the easiest to submit from. And the more experienced your opponent, the less you're able to even control that position for very long. Especially when you don't have the gi to help. You can sometimes force reactions.
Right, force reaction, but overall usually end up either going aside or they get quarter guard, half guard back.
Exactly. You can see Ethan trying to use that knee as a wedge behind Fabricio's shoulder. Fabricio a little too aware to allow that to develop.
Nice pass. The knee cut pass by Ethan.
Yep. Now starting to look to be able to threaten a little bit more. We'll see maybe a back take here.
You can use that one hook.
Fabricio leg entangling to try to prevent that inversion. He knows what Ethan's after here.
He's got his leg tangled up.
Is there a back step maybe into that knee bar? We got about 3 minutes left in this round. Sort of a half 50-50 position.
Really kind of funky position to be in.
sometimes end up in these positions in jiu-jitsu that you've never seen before, and you have to use your knowledge base and creative problem solving to figure it out. Looking to unlock that body triangle or that leg triangle. Tony Isaac's warning Fabricio that just locking that triangle and holding it is stalling.
Yep.
You can see he's coming back to it, not trying to progress. You can see Tony starting to think about this penalty. Fabricio starting to move now, maybe offer a credible threat. 2.5 minutes left.
Again, Ethan stuck in this position.
Yeah, Fabricio really committing to that leg triangle. As I was saying earlier, when I see an athlete triangle their legs that way, unless something's isolated, they are just stalling that position. Trying to attack that straight ankle lock, but does not have a good angle on it.
No. Like we mentioned earlier, going after that straight ankle, it's more of a pain submission. And when guys put that boot on, as we call it, the defense, it's just so hard to finish it.
That can be slightly different if there's a reaping situation, because you can get some shearing action across the
hip. Yep.
But certainly won't see that in any kind of straight ankle lock.
Under 90 seconds now.
Back to this 50-50. As I said, 50-50, not one of my favorite leg lock positions because of the nature of the Mexican standoff, where both guys can threaten, both guys have to defend. I just prefer odds to be stacked a little less evenly if I have my preference. 1 minute remaining. Neither of these athletes really attacking toe holds, but kind of using that position to clear legs. My sense watching this match is that Fabricio has been playing for a stall. Yeah, he's been holding positions and he's not really been threatening all that much. I think he's looking to eliminate Krell instead. 15 seconds.
There's really no leverage on that ankle right now at all.
He's attacking at the calf. That's nowhere near any part of the body that has a vulnerable joint or even many nerves to attack.
3 up, 3 down.
Yes, sir. No penalties on the board yet.
Ladies and gentlemen, since neither fighter was able to obtain a submission, both fighters have been eliminated.
Up next, again, a fairly evenly matched bout between Pedro Veras and Oliver Taza. Pedro Veras representing Cicero Costha's team. Oliver Taza, of course, representing Tristar. Both these athletes had good performances in their opening round. Oliver
got a couple submissions,
submitting two opponents, and then fighting to a draw with the third. All in, almost
taking out
20 plus minutes of continuous grappling. So I have to see if that type of early output in the night impacts him in this match. Of course, all these athletes in phenomenal shape, world-class competitors.
Oh, Taza looking for that knee bar.
Oh, very nice, very nice. He's got that
around the arm.
I call it I'm a little teapot knee bar. This is my handle, this is my spout. Pedro changing the angle enough that Oliver no longer has the necessary leverage to attack.
That knee bar there, the one you call the little teapot, you can just generate so much force and leverage using your whole body, not just your arms.
And it's framed between your chest and your hips in a way that brings your core to bear in a way that most submissions just can't.
Mm-hmm.
One of my favorite variations. Nice angle here.
Kind of right back to that same spot we were at in our last match.
Leg entanglement, that leg triangle on the backside. Pummeling through to modified X guard. Again, transitioning back to the other side triangle. Oliver aggressively attacking for the past minute. Pedro been on his back foot, just reacting. Pedro locking up an ankle, looking to threaten. Again, you can see Oliver has a length advantage over Pedro, which can make those types of ankle locks difficult. Oliver getting body weight on that foot, protecting the inside of the hip from that ashy. Pedro's grip a little high on that calf.
Yeah.
I would have liked to see Pedro look to control the inside of Oliver's other knee. He may have been able to come up with something out of that, but the single leg control just doesn't elicit enough leverage. 6 minutes remaining.
Tem 6 de luta aí. Tá chutando bem, Pedro. Você tá muito bem, Pedro. Tá dando os botes muito bom, Pedro. Não deixa essa dele arriba muito profunda. Deixa ela meia solta, velho. Essa dele arriba tá perfeita, tá perfeita. Nem nada, tá dando os botes loucos.
And coming back to that same leg entanglement that we've seen. You can see Oliver protecting the inside of his hip with his elbow to prevent that ashy position and giving up the hip control. It can sometimes lead to an ischemia lock as well if your opponent's over-aggressive about feeding that foot through.
Taz are taking some deep breaths.
Again, as we said, he's now approaching almost 30 minutes of grappling this evening. Should have taken a toll on any athlete, especially with a high anxiety.
Yeah, in the gym you could do that all day, but when it's live competition in front of people,
and this
it's a
isn't
different
even
story.
individual. You've got your teammates cheering you on.
Yep.
It's hard to manage emotion and output.
Yeah, it's not just the pressure on yourself. You got your pressure of your team. You don't want to let down as well.
Got to comment again on how great these under the gi rash guards look. Really phenomenal job.
Falta 4,5. 4,5 de luta. Tá muito bom, velho.
Taz playing a heavy forward game. Most of the athletes competing against Cicero Costha tonight have played long and stayed away from that. De La Riva game, Oliver electing to go in the opposite direction, try to flatten and pin Pedro. Control those legs, got the knee cut again. Pedro doing a great job with that flexibility. All of Cicero Costha's hips, very mobile, very flexible. It's clearly something they work and train as part of their game, and it's given them a lot of strength coming up against Tristar, a deep leg lock team. Less than 4 minutes, we're past the halfway mark in this match. So lots of time for either athlete to catch a sub. Here we see that flexibility coming into play.
Yeah.
Oliver trying some creative stuff. I don't hate that. Figuring out how to get past those legs. Again, that heavy forward pressure. Looking to pin and kill those hips. Sometimes you'll have athletes that roll up to relieve some of the pressure on the hips, and it can lead to a back tape. Obviously, Pedro flexible enough to play this game. Last 3 minutes. Again, Taza coming in aggressively.
Even before, leg locks became so popular, and John Danaher and things like that made them so popular. Before, everybody used to just attack the upper body so much.
Yeah.
Do you feel that now it's kind of, these grapplers here are amazing, But now that you see them, they're attacking only the legs, it looks like, for the most part.
So what you see in the way jiu-jitsu has developed over the past years is an arms race where people are trying to catch up, and so people overcommit to things like leg locks, and you see it overrepresented. That'll balance out. That pendulum will swing back, and you'll see a more balanced jiu-jitsu game where people understand how to attack and defend every part of the body, not just the parts that are socially acceptable in the country that you're originally from. Rebar entrance from Taza. Taz is certainly the more aggressive of the two athletes in this match, constantly attacking. Pedro doing a very good job playing a difficult guard game, but not really offering many credible attacks. Both men breathing hard. Some mutual respect turning into a hand fight.
Yeah. We'll start here in the handshake and see who's got better grip.
Oliver playing sort of a half X guard here. Single leg X.
Do you like playing X guard game?
I do. Jeff Jocelyn, who was cornering Ryan Dixon earlier, introduced me to the X guard game probably a decade ago. Marcelo Garcia, an early advocate for the position. There's some really interesting things that we created off of that. 90 seconds left. Pedro now starting to be the one pushing the pace, maybe sensing that Oliver is a little fatigued. Again, the Cicero Costha fans in the crowd celebrating that guard pass.
I think this is the first time this match where we've had a solidified position where somebody who's past the legs or...
Yeah. We're at 1 minute remaining in this match. Very active match. Taza perhaps the worst for wear for those 3 matches that he had in the first round. Pedro controlling this position, but not attempting to submit. Not attempting to submit.
He's got 30 seconds here.
Nice. 20 seconds. Final 5 seconds and we can attempt something here.
Going for those both ankle locks.
And we have another draw.
Ladies and gentlemen, since neither fighter was able to obtain a submission, both fighters have been eliminated. The score is still tied at 0-0 going into the final bout.
So our final 2 grapplers coming up. So heading into our last match, we have a big size difference here between Gino Poirier, the wrestler from Tristar, and Igor Mcilvenny, the smallest member of Cicero Costha's team. Looks like Igor has elected for the full 8 minutes. I'm not sure if there's enough of a weight difference here for that to be an option or not. So there are no penalties on the board, and we have 4 draws. If this final match ends in a draw as well with no penalties, then the judges will elect a winner based on aggression and submission attempts.
Through all 5 matches.
Through all 5 matches. Through the competition as a whole. See the strength of Gino, literally throwing Igor around.
Bola na perna dele, Igão. Bora, Igão, na tua.
Keep that right knee inside.
Post on your right foot. Posting on your right foot.
Gino's having a really solid match against John Toth in the first round when he was caught in an armbar. Igor going to a draw against Francis Saint-Amour, avoiding a number of triangles on the way to that draw. Gino looking for a Kimura grip here. He set his hip out in a way that I like, that limits Igor's options in half guard.
Yeah, because if he sits up, he can potentially look for that sweep.
And if he looks to climb the legs, then Gino can pass.
Push his legs off your leg with your knee.
This is a solid threatening position. Gino looks like a strong kid as well. Not able to make anything happen from it though. Igor extracting his arm safely. Back to our knee shield. Gino using some face pressure there to control. Igor swiveling his foot and to control that upside arm. 6 minutes remaining in the final match of this quintet championship.
Vamos jogar bem inteligente, assim como você está fazendo. Vamos imaginar uma posição que vai entrar. Vamos achar o momento certo e vamos entrar com paciência e com precisão. Tá? Vamos com calma. Tá muito bem.
Today's competition brought to you by Para Bellum MMA, one of the top MMA gyms in the country.
Vamos com bastante calma como você está fazendo. Legs in the face, second time.
Boy, looking to threaten that knee cut. Igor doing a good job with reverse de la Riva. Igor's may look to try to invert underneath. Igor, a relatively new addition to Cicero Costha team. Moved over from Montreal in the past 6 months, so may not have the same depth of experience with the reverse de la Riva that we saw from the rest of Cicero Costha. So that may be unfair. Gino's a big, strong wrestler, limiting movement. Less than 5 minutes remaining. Neither athlete being all that active. You may hear the referee offer some warnings,
What are you warning to Gino, just for being the top position, kind of holding that stagnant?
It's hard to say. Both athletes here are a little bit stagnant. Gino
a little cautious.
A little cautious, but reacting to Tony's admonition. And Igor doing a good job with that reverse de la Riva, limiting the ability of Gino to knee cut pass. I'd actually like to see Gino start to circle to the other side as a way to kill that de la Riva hook, rather than just continuing to try to use weight and strength against a fairly solid position from Igor. Past the halfway mark, final 4 minutes in this quintet championship. Decide who will be the team champion of the evening.
Very good, Igor. You don't want to pass. You don't want to pass.
We've been playing in the same position now for about half this match. You can see Igor starting to look to take for that leg. Now again, below the knee, not really a threatening leg position. Gino gets, you can see Tristar calling for Gino to get back to that top position. Again, back to our kind of modified half guard. This would be a good position for Gino to start knee cutting.
Yeah.
See you start to make that space. Good choice. I think Gino should make this match a little bit more physical. He's a big guy.
He's a bigger guy.
That's what I want to see. Yeah.
The referee was kind of already stepping in to move him as he did the back take.
Let's see where he starts them. Probably from the head control.
Probably from the front headlock. Oh, no,
okay.
The open.
3 minutes. It's always tough to have a clean call in the middle of an action. See French instructions coming from the Tristar.
We got Brazilian over here.
Portuguese.
Portuguese, excuse me.
Coming from the Cicero corner.
Portuguese from the Brazilians.
Yes.
There's a knee cut, but Igor did a good job of
regarding. And again, you can see probably Gino stand and Igor looked to underhook that outside leg. Gino's got a long body type though, so he may be able to elicit more force on that guard.
Yeah.
See, he's digging for it again. I like the way Gino collapsed on that arm rather than letting Igor start to pull himself over. He's actually kind of taking the initiative and trapped that arm. 2 minutes remaining.
Gino actually looking at his corner and doing gestures of, this is what you want?
Yeah, you can see he's a coachable athlete, but also probably the least experienced jiu-jitsu player on the team. Oliver asking for Gino to split the hips with his knee. You can see Oliver is doing that very well against Pedro to threaten that guard early in the match.
Yeah.
90 seconds left.
I like to see him for the knee in the butt here.
Just old school, yeah. Let's attack that guard. Let's attack that guard.
Old bare bones fundamentals that work, you know what I mean?
Especially against a big, strong wrestler.
We got coming up on our final minute here, the Para Bellum 3 Quintet.
It'll be interesting if this does go to a draw. It'll be interesting to see what the judges favor, because I think Tristar has probably been more aggressive in terms of attacking submission, where Cicero has been more aggressive in terms of attacking, controlling
Sweeps
position.
and control.
My sense is in a submission-based game, the submission should take the precedence, but we'll see how this plays out. 30 seconds remaining. Igor proving me wrong and digging for this knee bar. Looking for, there's a calf crush there. Gino is going to want to straighten his leg, or at least avoid hip control. Yeah, Gino not liking that face touch. A little back and forth.
Nothing wrong with a little face push.
10 seconds left. Don't think we'll see a submission here, which means we will see the judge's decision. Time running out. Let's see how this plays out with the judge.
Igor?
And now, ladies and gentlemen, it has come down to referee decision. The winner, Cicero Costha. And congratulations to Cicero Costha, Pedro Veras, Fausto Godoy, Rodrigo Gotari, Igor Mokaiber, Shaquille Samadi, and Fabricio Barbarati.